I'm a United States Postal Service employee, and this is by far the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. A coworker called in one day and said he couldn't make it to work for whatever reason. I was left with the responsibility of delivering all his mail on his route. I was not exactly happy about this because his route involved going through the old town of the big city that I lived in. This old town was a tourist attraction of sorts. It had very old Western-style buildings, and the street was a dirt road. All of the buildings within this old town were mainly shops for tourists. Most of these buildings required the mail carrier to actually go inside as well and hand-deliver the mail to the various shop owners. That took a lot of extra time and meant you had to converse with most of them as well. I really disliked doing that for the most part. On this day, late in the afternoon, I entered a building and was met with only a staircase. Obviously, just leaving it at the top of the stairs was not an option to deliver the mail, so of course I had to descend this staircase, which was an old winding metal one. It was uncomfortably long, and when I finally reached the bottom, the only thing I saw was a very long hallway with old light bulbs flickering above me. Along the hallway were various doors on both sides, almost similar to what you'd see in the hallway of a hotel. I paused for a second, not knowing what to do at this point. Where was I supposed to deliver the mail to? A second later at the end of the hall, though, I saw a man walk out of one of the doors on the left and immediately enter another room on the right. I didn't even have a chance to call out to him before he was already gone. After standing there for a few moments, I decided to walk down the hall. When I finally reached the end, I knocked on the door the man had walked into. Nothing happened, and he didn't open up either. Just then, though, at the end of the hall where I'd just come from, I saw the same man walk out of a door on the same side of the hall I was on. He walked into the middle of the hallway and just stood there staring at me. I called out to the man, "Excuse me, sir, I have some mail here for you." He interrupted me by taking a machete out from behind him. At first, I thought this must be a joke, but when he started sprinting towards me, I decided it was not. I entered the room beside me. In this room was an old dark wine cellar from the looks of it. I immediately crawled underneath one of the old racks in which to store wine and thought, this can't really be happening. It was, though. The man entered the room soon after, searching for me. He walked past the spot I was hiding in and continued down the rows of wine racks, sniffing the air. I got out from underneath the rack I was under when I felt he was far enough away to not catch me. I went back out into the hall and sprinted back down over to the staircase. Just as I hit the first metal step and began descending, I heard somebody running swiftly down the hall behind me. I skipped steps, going as fast as possible, back up that old staircase until I finally reached the top. I burst outside onto the dirt road and looked behind me. The man did not attempt to go through the door. I got into my service vehicle and sped the hell away from the old town. I later told my boss about this and said he would look into it. He said I shouldn't worry about it any further. I told him I'd never go there again, and he didn't try to argue with me. I was never really into video games when I was a kid. Given how into them my brother was, I always figured they were more for boys than they were for girls. He used to play all these super violent army kinds of games as well, and that stuff didn't really interest me in the least. I remembered, though, him playing this one game that looked a lot different from all the others he usually played. The art style, the clothes, the really nice music in the background had me transfixed from the second I laid eyes on it. Then, when I asked what he was playing, he replied 3 little words that had become some of the most precious memories of my life: Final Fantasy VIII. It was the game I found myself constantly watching him play, and after he graduated to a PlayStation 2, he gave me his old PS1, and I started to play for myself. I was just hooked for a long time. Without a doubt, my favorite character was Selfie. Selfie is this super cute derpy member of your team who uses these awesome nunchuck things to fight with. She also has the coolest hair of anyone in the game, in my opinion at least. It just so happened that I kind of looked like her too. One day, when my friend and I were doing each other's hair with these new curling irons her mom had bought her, I decided to curl the ends of my hair up like the character. I think it was the first real attempt at cosplay I ever did. So when I learned there were actual groups of people who not only dressed up like video game characters, but met at real places to show off their outfits and costumes, I was so on that. Over the years that followed, I ended up amassing all the items of clothing that she had in her outfit, with the goal of attending the biggest video games expo in the country. It wasn't easy finding the right style of boots, making a dress the perfect shade of canary yellow, but eventually I managed to piece together an outfit that looked exactly like it. The only thing I was lacking was the nunchucks, but then, like a lot of cosplayers, I ended up getting a hold of a cheap plastic toy pair that I painted the same style as hers. Finally, when everything was ready to go, I waited for E3 to come around. My dad drove me and my brother there as a very special shared birthday present. Our birthdays are only a month apart after all. The E3 we went to was one of the first ever to be open to the public too, so it felt like something really special to be able to attend. People were really nice about my outfit, and other Final Fantasy VIII cosplayers were coming up to me and asking for photos. My brother thought it was a total drag having to be my personal photographer for a while. He was an awesome brother though, and took lots of pictures of me with people, so I could remember the whole event for a long time after. He only had so much patience for that kind of thing though, so in the end we agreed to split up and meet up later on. He wanted to go check out all the exhibits he wanted to go see. I was all on my own now, but I was around so many other nice people that I didn't think I was in any danger at all. Besides, the entire place was teeming with security guards and stuff, so it felt like the safest place I could possibly be, also surrounded by many like-minded people, most of which were very nice. The first sign of trouble though came when this one guy came right up to me, told me Selfie was his favorite Final Fantasy character, then asked for a picture with me. For like the 100th time, I stopped a passerby, gave them my digital camera, and asked if they would take a picture of me and the person I was with. When they were lining up the shot though, the guy started whispering in my ear, "You know, you look really, really cute in that outfit." Just as the person took the picture and was handing me back my camera, he started to fondle my butt under my skirt. So hard actually, I actually yelped out in pain. I turned around instinctively, throwing a slap in the guy's direction. He backed off so quick though that it missed. People jumped in between us. "Hey, what's going on here?" I was just shouting stuff like, "He grabbed me! This pervert just touched me!" Only with way more curse words and stuff like that. One of the guys that jumped in pushed the man away, then came over to see if I was okay. I ended up venting a little bit about how I'd had such an amazing time, until this ass grabber came along to spoil it. The guy told me there were way too many guys like that at cons, but even so, they were still few and far between. He did the nicest thing ever after. He offered to walk me around the convention hall as a kind of bodyguard to make sure it didn't happen again. I mean, the guy was tall, handsome, and seemed like he was some sort of knight in shining armor type, so of course I said yes to the idea. We went walking together around the con after. This guy happened to be dressed like a samurai with some kind of sword with him. I wanted to say it looked like the vampire killer blade from some movie, but I know he wasn't that specific character. When I asked him, he laughed and told me he was supposed to be a guy from some anime. Obviously, the sword he had with him wasn't real, but he talked about how cool it would be if I had an actual pair of nunchucks. That's when he turned to me and said that as much as he wasn't allowed to bring any real weapons along with him to the convention hall, he had brought along things he usually kept in his trunk for personal protection. And there just so happened to be a pair of nunchucks in there. I thought that was just about the coolest thing I'd ever heard, and so I was impressed when he told me about all the different martial arts he did, hence why he owned such a random thing. He then asked me if I wanted to go out to his car and check them out together. I didn't hesitate at all. After all, he'd been the perfect gentleman so far, so why would I expect anything to change? We carried on chatting, and then as we walked out to his car, with me asking him if the things were heavy and how long he'd been training with them, all his answers seemed super genuine and honest. When we got to his car though, after walking through the parking lot for a while, I was more excited to see this real-life thing than I had been about the whole E3 thing in the first place. Only when he opened his trunk, I didn't see anything in there. I looked at him confused, expecting him to have a similarly confused look on his face, but instead his look was one that literally made my stomach drop. He was completely expressionless, except for this intense look in his eyes. When I saw that, I knew immediately I had just made a huge mistake. Next thing I know, he'd grabbed me by the neck and was trying to shove me into the trunk of his car. I let out this manic screech of pure terror. I screamed longer and louder than I ever had in my life before or since. Not even real words, just a wail of absolute horror. I realized all that protectiveness he'd been showing me was just an act. The same guy that had warned me about all these weirdos at the con, about how there were only a few of them and not to let it ruin the experience. Well, he was one of them, and he'd been intending on kidnapping me from the very start. He actually managed to shove me all the way into his trunk at one point, and if it wasn't for me sticking a leg out at the last second, he would have trapped me in there for good. It was both kind of a blessing and a curse, though. The force with which he brought the trunk down on my leg made me feel sure he'd just broken it. It was completely numb. I guess the adrenaline was staving off the pain for the moment. That bought me a little more time to try and fight my way out of that trunk. But then, the more I fought, the more I realized it was no good. He was bigger and stronger than me. It was only a matter of time before he managed to completely overpower me. By far, though, the worst part was when he told me, "Don't make me shut you up." He'd been saying shut up and be quiet almost the whole time, but when he finally said that "don't make me," I realized it was either go along with the abduction, or he might actually kill me in order to not get caught. What choice did I have, though, other than carry on trying to save my own life? If I hadn't, I wouldn't be around to tell you this story. I guess the point you're wondering, though, is how I got out of such a situation. And honestly, I did nothing by myself. It all came down to a stroke of pure luck. It just so happened that a latecomer to the event had been driving around through the parking lot looking for a parking space, and just so happened to go through the same section we were in and hear my screams. It kinda makes my mind boggle at how the universe had to align that perfectly so someone was right there. Aside from that single latecomer, the parking lot was completely deserted of any other people. If he'd went out to his car a little earlier or later, or if that guy and his kids hadn't been stuck in traffic that morning after driving in from out of state, there's a good chance I wouldn't have survived the weekend. After running towards the sound of my screams, the guy managed to scare away the man trying to kidnap me, who took off when he realized he'd been discovered. The rest is kind of a blur of crying, talking to cops, and then driving to the hospital to get my leg checked out. The only really good news was that the cops managed to trace the guy's rental car to his dad because it was rented in his name. That's how they managed to arrest him before charging him with attempted kidnapping. That was my first real cosplaying experience, and it was completely ruined by some complete psycho who took advantage of my vulnerability to gain my trust enough to attempt to kidnap me. Who knows what he had in mind after. It took me a long time to even attempt to cosplay again, as the whole thing made me feel overwhelming anxiety whenever I so much as looked at a costume. This year, I'm finally able to wear it again, but I honestly don't think I'll be able to wear it in public or at any kind of convention anytime soon. It's not just what happened to me either. It's that I've heard a lot of different stories about how female cosplays make a certain kind of guy act a certain kind of way. It's almost like when they see the fictional character, they assume we're not real people ourselves. That's the way I've come to see it anyway. It's not just with the actions either. I see all kinds of horrific comments directed towards female cosplayers on a variety of different websites too. It makes me think it's something you should just enjoy on your own, or with a circle of like-minded folks online. Communities that can easily be policed and controlled. Again though, that's just the way I see it. Either way, I'm going to be very careful in the future. Honestly, as scary as the ordeal was, not being able to express myself in the way I wanted after is the thing that made me the most sad. I've been going to San Diego Comic-Con for most of my adult life, but the first time I ever went, way back in 2010, something seriously crazy happened before one of the panels. I'm a huge Resident Evil fan. I love everything about the universe and the lore, and although the movies haven't always been the highest quality, I was excited to catch the Afterlife panel in Hall H. This was about the same time I found out the next panel was going to include Seth Rogen, and it was for some new comedy called Paul or something. I'm pretty indifferent to Simon Pegg, but I was a big Seth Rogen fan back then, so I figured I'd stick around and check it out a bit. Hall H was absolutely jam-packed at that time. Every single seat was taken, so like many others, I found myself standing at the back of the hall without anywhere to sit. Me and a friend of mine were just standing around, casually discussing where the Resident Evil franchise was headed, when out of nowhere, we heard blood-curdling screams not too far away. All heads instantly turned in the direction of where the scream was coming from, only to see a man with blood streaming down his face. He had a hand over his eye, and right next to him, a bunch of people were attacking this one kid who looked like he just stabbed the other one in the face with something. The whole back of the hall erupted into chaos, with people basically sitting on the kid who lashed out, while others sprinted to get security and the cops. Eventually, the cops showed up and put the kid in cuffs. As he was being let out, I noticed the weirdest little detail about him. He was wearing a blue Harry Potter t-shirt. I don't know why that stuck out with me so much. I guess because it was the last thing I expected him to be wearing. That whole franchise is so innocent and positive. At least, I think so anyway. So, to have a kid that was a fan of that stuff be so violent out of nowhere was super disturbing to me. Then, when I learned that it was all apparently down to one kid sitting too close to the other, that it was all just some dumb disagreement over seat space, that was ultra disturbing to me too. I mean, what a thing, to blind someone for life over a random seat space in a convention hall, all for some half-assed sci-fi movie made by some random British guy. That is pure insanity. That's the most messed up thing I've ever seen at Comic-Con, as it tends to be a really chill and positive experience. Honestly though, I always wonder if the next year I attend, I'm going to see another nerd rage incident just like that. Sorry for the long story, but I can't exactly figure out this person's motive. One night I was in bed with my boyfriend, and it was around 1:30 a.m. or so. All of a sudden I get a text from a random number, saying, "Is this my name? Sorry for messaging you late and out of the blue like this, but I don't think my boyfriend's name is being honest with you, and I needed to talk to you." We exchanged a few texts, and basically they were accusing my boyfriend of cheating on the both of us. Obviously, I was pretty annoyed. Bear in mind, it was also June 2020, bang in the middle of coronavirus lockdown in the UK. We'd spent all day, every day together since March. He denied it, of course, and insisted he didn't know who this person was. The same number started texting him as well, angry texts, calling him a lying rat. It was not looking good for the boyfriend. But then, this is where it started to get weird. The person refused to give any specifics, wouldn't tell me their name, what my boyfriend had done, even my boyfriend's name, just that he was a liar, and I was an idiot for believing him. Whenever I would ask why, they would just reply with vague, angry, threatening texts. Their grammar and spelling was good, but they seemed to be using slang words from the local area. We assumed maybe it was some kids who'd found our numbers off Facebook or something and were trying to have a laugh, so we tried ignoring it. Then, nothing else. That was until my boyfriend got a text the following afternoon asking him to meet that person at a local social club for some company. Me and a friend hopped in the car and went down there to investigate, only no one was there, and the club had been closed because of COVID. We still couldn't help but feel, though, like we were being watched. It was so weird. A few days ago, after a while, the same number started texting me again. This time it was all weird. It almost felt like it was a different person texting me. They also seemed a lot angrier with me now because I didn't believe them. Then they started to text me stuff like, "You're so dull. You know I saw him leaving your house earlier." I said something funny like, "Where's my house then?" They replied with the exact street address and street name. They also knew various things about us, like the fact my boyfriend had been in the army. I called them loads, but it would always just ring twice and cut off immediately. I tried searching the number on WhatsApp and a few social media websites, but nothing. Only on Instagram would the number come up, with the location of a film company in Ralt, Netherlands. Then, when I'd Google the number, its provider was something I'd never heard of before. Looks like it was probably a fake number. They never asked for any money or anything like that. I don't know why someone would go through that much effort to try and wind us up. In fact, the last text they sent was, "Okay, I'll be seeing you soon." Creepy. Any advice you can offer? A few years ago, while on winter break from my university, I was staying in my hometown with my family. I'd had an extended break from school, longer than my other friends in college, and I wanted to get out of my house. I had been speaking to a guy a few years older than me, and he invited me over to his place. I'd met him through a combination of mutual friends and social media, and I figured since he was friends with my other friends, he wouldn't do anything crazy. I showed up to his apartment, and one of the first things I noticed was a baseball bat studded with nails. He jokingly opened the door with it in his hands, and I started to get very nervous. All said though, everything ended up relatively fine. We watched TV, chat, play with his dog. Everything seemed pretty normal. Almost boring, actually. We had sex, and I left in one piece. He ghosted me for about 3 weeks after that, claiming he was sick or something. He ditched all the plans we had, and I moved on from him. The night before I was to leave for university, though, he told me he had found something of mine. A very, very important thing I had left over there on accident. I quickly drove over late at night, in hopes to just grab it and go. I did manage to grab it, but not before he broke down crying, talking about how much he misses me. He clearly was upset I was leaving, even though he was the one who had decided to ignore me for 3 weeks. He said he'd made a huge mistake by not seeing me sooner and flaking on our plans. It was all in all just extremely weird, and I was pretty uncomfortable. He went on to speak about his ex-girlfriend, how terrible she was, how I'm nothing like her, and he needs me in his life. I did my best to shut him up before skirting my ass on out of there. I remember laughing so hard the entire drive home because of panicked fear. The next day, I flew back to college many states away. A few weeks later, he started messaging me again. Normal things at first. "How are you? How's the semester?" I answered maybe 2 out of 20 texts. Those 2 p.m. messages soon turned into 3 a.m. messages, though. Those messages turned into frequent phone calls. At this point, I hadn't answered for months on end. Every time I thought he was done, and he hadn't contacted me in a while, he would just start spamming me over and over again. I blocked him on everything, over and over, but each time he found a new way to call or text or DM or whatever. He would always say these things like he loved me and missed me, and he was going to come out and find me. He would be crying or drunk or somewhere in between. It was always all over the place. I felt safe enough though, since I was so far away, 1,500 plus miles. I didn't think anything would come of it. It was always just a funny story to tell my friends. One day though, I was on the bus browsing Tinder, and guess who popped up? He had super liked me too, apparently 1 mile away from my campus. I started panicking. There was no way he was here. Mind you, this person knew no one in the entire state except for me. He worked in a restaurant. It's not like he would have traveled there for work or something. There was no reason for him to have come that far. Absolutely none. Yet here he was all the same. I frantically checked all my social media DMs, only to see a message from him on Twitter, even though he was blocked. He must have been saving this account to contact me on a rainy day. That really got me. Hey, for some reason you hate me. I'm in your city right now though. I was hoping you can show me around. I'll come find you. I texted my close friends to add him on Snapchat in hopes they could monitor his location secretly. As they were tracking him, he even ended up passing by my building of residence. Thankfully, he didn't find the exact area I was living in though. He was by himself the entire time. He didn't post anything, he just walked around, apparently looking for me. For a week, I stayed locked in my room, terrified he'd try to bypass the dorm security and knock on my door or something. He did not end up finding me in the end, but you can be damn sure he tried. I wonder why he was in my city that week. Clearly, he was trying to hunt me down. It's not like he could have been on vacation or something. This is not exactly a city for tourists. It's definitely not like Los Angeles or New York or something where people are coming and going all the time. Generally, people who come to this city only do so for work, school, or family reasons. I don't know. I only knew this guy for 3 weeks, but he still thinks he loves me to this day, nearly 5 years later. Lindsay and I had been best friends as far back as I can remember. All throughout primary school, we'd always be in the same classes. She was practically family to me. Unfortunately, things began to change about the time high school started. I began to see her differently. I don't know why, but I became convinced suddenly that I loved her. I don't mean the way I always had either. This was special. It's a confusing time for boys regardless, but my newfound love for her left me disoriented and scared. It was new and uncharted territory. Without advice from an experienced older male, I had zero idea how to proceed, or if I should do so at all. The answer came to me one evening, while watching an old movie with my parents. The lead character was in a similar position to mine. He talked about something called a secret admirer. This is when a person sends letters or notes to someone that they're interested in, but does so anonymously. This sounded perfect to me. I could tell Lindsay how I felt without her knowing it was me. That way I could scope out how she felt without the possibility of ruining our friendship. Hopefully she'd be attracted to her admirer, and I could then eventually reveal myself. I sat down at my desk that night and poured out my heart to her, or at least her secret admirer did. To be safe, I snuck out extra early the next morning and rode my bike to the post office. I kissed the letter for luck and said a short prayer, then dropped it into the box. It was all in God's hands now. The wait was agonizing. On day 4, Lindsay mentioned the surprise that she'd gotten in the post. I played it cool, but my heart was pounding like a jackhammer. The way she talked about it was somewhat unclear too. She would smile while recalling some things while also calling it juvenile and foolish. It was not looking good, but I was far from discouraged. I couldn't have walked away if I wanted to. Lindsay became my world, and I couldn't see any future without us together. I continued with my plan. With each new letter, I could see her warming up to this secret crush, as she put it. Looking back, she wasn't the only one that began to change, though. I began to love this power I had discovered over her, hearing her speak about her admirer, and knowing she had no clue it was me. It was an intoxicating feeling. I'm a bit disgusted about how I viewed things back then, but it is a part of the story, so I do have to include it without leaving anything out. Before I knew it, a year had already passed by, and we began to drift apart. I kept up with those letters, but gradually I saw her less and less. Her popularity had increased immensely, and her friend group had changed as well. I was the exact opposite of popular, though. She didn't exactly ignore me in front of her new friends, but I got the impression distinctly that I'd slipped down on the list of priorities. I understood why everyone loved her. It did make sense. As long as I could spend time with her every once in a while, I was still happy. Then, though, I heard news she was seeing someone, and it felt like a knife in my gut. I wanted to be cool about it, but under the surface I was livid. I feared the little time we still had together would evaporate. And that proved to be right. Every time I called her to hang out, she'd be busy with him. I maintained a cool facade, but it was just that. I often cried myself to sleep at that time. The truth was beginning to hit me. Her and I had no real hope of ever being in a real relationship. I'd pushed myself out of that by never acting upon my feelings without even realizing it. Even then, I didn't stop the letters completely, though. On the rare occasion I felt optimistic, I'd sit down and pour out my feelings on paper. More than once, I'd tear up the letter because I mentioned something that would give me away right away. I was never mean to her, but I considered her boyfriend fair game, and that would be the mistake that unmasked me. I regret it to this day. In my last letter, I guess I'd said something too revealing. I wasn't aware of this until I ran into Lindsay's boyfriend. He said he wanted to speak to me privately. We met at a park near my house. He was already there when I arrived. I assumed he wanted to ask my opinion about a gift for Lindsay's upcoming birthday. I offered my hand as a greeting as I approached, but rather than shake it, he sucker punched me right across the chin. I crumpled like a piece of paper. He then stomped me square on the nuts. I'm not sure how long I was unconscious, but when I did regain a semblance of clarity, I felt a cold object against my neck. It was a knife, a sharp one. All he had to do was apply the slightest pressure and I'd die. I realized how badly I'd messed up. He proceeded to tell me he knew I was Lindsay's secret admirer and he would murder me if I ever spoke to her again. As terrified as I was in the moment, my pride wanted me to say no. That would mean the end to all of my dreams. Fortunately, I didn't listen. I reluctantly agreed and he put the knife away, kicking me even more in the side as he walked away. As anticlimactic as it sounds, that was the end. I'd had the fear beaten into me, and I didn't want another helping. The guy was a well-known psycho around town, and from that day on, everything was over. I'm not sure if Lindsay actually knew what had occurred, but she treated me as a stranger for the rest of time in school. Seeing her only made things more painful, so I did my best to avoid any place I thought she may be. Even after she and that particular boyfriend broke up, I kept my distance. The damage had been done. It's been 12 years since high school ended, and I still think about her often. I hope that whoever she chose to spend her life with will love her as much as I loved her back then. I just want her to be happy more than anything. Just after April of last year, I began getting messages from a phone number I didn't recognize. This was especially unnerving, as I'd only been in the area for a brief amount of time. Because of some problems I'll get into later, I'd essentially been forced to flee from my hometown in the middle of the night. Because of this, my number was a new one, and I could count those I'd given it out to on a single hand. I thought I'd been careful. I deleted the first few without reading them, but soon I thought better of this. What I found left me very ambivalent. It appeared I'd picked up an anonymous crush somewhere along the way. I was flattered by the attention, but not knowing their identity was scary. I was terrified I'd been located and began planning another move. As I was just days away from leaving, a new message arrived. It read this: "Please don't be afraid. I mean no harm. In fact, the exact opposite of that. You brighten every room you enter, and my world is better by you being in it. I don't know you very well, but I sense something may have happened in your past. please allow me to help you heal those old wounds. I may not yet have the courage to face you, but I dream of a time soon when I may come to you, and we can get to truly know one another. For the sake of love, why not give me a chance?" After reading that, I was at a bit of a loss. I'd never had another human being express their feelings in such an honest way. The situation was odd, but a part of me had been craving this type of attention my whole life. If you've never had a normal, healthy relationship like me, you'll understand how beautiful words like this sound. It was the first time in months I could allow myself to relax and stop looking over my shoulder. It was uncharted territory for me, but I didn't think I had anything to lose in this moment. For the present, I'd stay where I was. My admirer and I traded messages for about 2 or 3 months, and everything was going well. The person grew more and more courageous until the day came that he suggested we meet in person. Many questions had yet to be answered, but he promised that this was the time. I knew the day had come, and even looked forward to it sometimes. That deep-seated fear of being discovered kept me reluctant, though. I had one female coworker I trusted, and we discussed it. Her opinion was that I couldn't hide myself away forever. If I thought this person was worth a risk, I should try it. It sounded like a solid stance to me, so I let him know I was ready. We came to an agreement, and I began preparing myself for the meeting later that week. A strange thing happened on the day the date was scheduled, though. Just an hour prior, he sent a message claiming his car had broken down and suggested he get an Uber to my place. We could go out to dinner in my car. Up until this point, no one but my employer knew where I lived. The fewer who did, the better in my mind. When the message arrived, I stood and stared at the phone screen for a long time. I didn't know how to proceed. Something about this message bothered me. It seemed overly complicated and pointless. For a brief moment, I almost agreed, but at the last second, I came up with a better suggestion. "I got a better idea. How about you take the Uber to the restaurant and I'll meet you there? If things go well, I can give you a ride home after." Had he agreed to this, things may have gone completely differently, but instead he continued on pressing. Some red flags were beginning to pop up. "I'd really like to see you before we go out. Wouldn't you like to know I'm not a complete toad before wasting money on me? Come on, I'll be a good boy, I promise." The pushiness made me uncomfortable. It was unlike the previous behavior. My gut was telling me to cancel. I waited for a few minutes before I was to leave and sent a message saying I couldn't make it. I felt like a real tease, but I wasn't willing to risk my safety after all I'd gone through. He tried to change my mind, of course, but by now I'd convinced myself. After he sent 2 more messages, I got fed up and turned off my phone. I figured I'd deal with the fallout in the morning. What awaited me the next morning, though, was nothing short of terrifying. 22 missed messages, each one more desperate than the prior. It was the last one that made my blood run cold, though. "You're smarter than I gave you credit for. You may have gotten away from me today, but it's only a matter of time before I catch up with you. I've already got your number. Your address is next. You can run, but I will find you. Then you're gonna regret the day you left." This was the day I'd been dreading for over a year. Neil, the person who'd sent the messages, was my husband, you see. We'd been high school sweethearts who married right after graduation. Everything went okay until he was laid off and began drinking heavily. This led to him abusing me mentally and physically. Things came to a head the night he beat me so badly I lost our child I was carrying. It was an incredible trauma, but he didn't seem to care. I knew right then the man I'd fallen in love with was gone. A heartless psychopath had taken his place, and I no longer had anything holding me there. The next night, I waited till he passed out and made my escape. I took the little money I had and contacted a woman from the local women's shelter. She had approached me earlier in the year and given me her card. She told me when I was ready, she'd help me disappear, and that's just what she did. The mistake I'd made was contacting my niece to let her know I was okay. That must have been where he got my number. His way of luring me in was certainly imaginative. I'd completely forgotten how manipulative he could be. If he wanted something, he'd use it to his advantage, and it came close to working. He didn't appear to know my location yet, but he was right. He would find me if I stayed where I was. As I had twice before, I threw my possessions into my car and moved on. I'm currently living across the country, far from where I was at the time. A lot of people reading this might wonder why I'm going through all the trouble. All I have to do is get the police involved, right? I did try that course in the beginning, but he violated the orders anyway and attacked me, which almost cost me my entire life. I decided to not try that again. Until he realizes I'm not worth his time, I'm willing to continue bouncing from place to place, putting down no roots. Even if I die single and alone, every moment I'm safe makes that worth it. If you ever find yourself in a similar situation, don't hesitate to reach out for help. It may mean the difference between life and death. This happened just last year, during my first year of university. Me and my school would go skiing during early December. I had a girlfriend, which we'll call Katie. Katie was kind and respectable, which is what I liked her for. We had been dating since high school, and I knew at least 3 other guys that liked her as well. During the ski field trip, we would go for a week and come back. You could only come if you could pay for it, as well as provide gear and high enough skill. We were both pretty good at skiing, but not exactly amazing. We went on a few black trails in Whistler during high school, and had taken some lessons as well, so we felt we were ready. There wasn't anything wrong with the trip. We'd left school early at 6 a.m., so I was sleeping on the bus. We went there, got a great view, got into our hotels, and had some nice dinner. When we got back, it was already night, so we decided to sleep and go skiing the following morning. It was around 3 a.m. when I got up to drink some water. I realized there wasn't any more water left in my bottle, and the sinks were all really loud. I didn't want to disturb my roommates, so I went to get some downstairs instead. When I got my water and went back to my room, I heard a loud sound outside. It was coming from the same room that Katie was in. I didn't think much of it at first. I went back to bed, but after 30 seconds, I heard it once again. I was confused, and I went outside to check what was going on. I couldn't see anyone or anything at first. Then, though, I saw somebody climbing the ladder that led up to the roof of the hotel. I was confused. No maintenance worker would come out this late. I quietly asked this person who they were and what they were doing. They said they were Jerry Chung, a maintenance worker. They did appear to be carrying a bag of some sort, so I thought maybe they were right and went back to sleep. As I was doing so, though, I heard another sound. I went back to check, and there they were, on the balcony of Katie's room. I started to freak out. I couldn't quite make the jump between gaps, but I could make it to the ladder. As I was thinking about what to do, though, suddenly he jumped to my side and threw me onto the ground. He duct taped my mouth and tied my hands together. I was so scared. The balcony's doors weren't see-through, so no one could see me out here. He seemed to be in a hurry, so right after getting to my side, he knocked me out, or at least he thought he did. I pretended to be knocked out. I figured I might be able to get myself and everyone else out of this situation somehow. Thankfully, he'd tied my hands very loosely. When he went over to the other room, I quickly untied myself. When I jumped over, I saw him duct taping and knocking out Katie just like he'd done to me. He proceeded to try and take her outside. I was right next to the door though, so I quickly punched him in the face. I unleashed a flurry of blows on his head to make sure he was not conscious anymore and began screaming for help. I was badly bruised on my face and leg as I'd cut them while hopping over. I'd also been beaten up pretty badly. Katie was like me. Her face was badly bruised too. Overall, she was fine though, which was a big relief for me. The guy was apparently a stalker who'd followed her old Twitter account all the way back in middle school until high school. When the police came, he apparently even knew where I lived, where she lived, as well as both of our parents, as we were pretty close. He was extremely jealous of me and everyone in our school, as they got to be in the same school as Katie, so he decided to try and kidnap her while she was away from home. Obviously, he failed. I guess initially because of my long hair, he thought I was her best friend or something, and changed his plan to try and kidnap both of us. Thank goodness now he's gone. One of my childhood homes had a balcony that was attached to both my mother's bedroom and mine via big glass doors in each of our rooms. Right next to the balcony were 2 trees. One of them I often used to climb up and down from the balcony. One night, my brother and my mother weren't home. I was 13 years old, reading in bed with a very dim reading light. All of a sudden, I heard what sounded like something moving in one of the trees outside. This didn't worry me much, as possums and bats are common in our area. I had these thin curtains on the glass doors that separated my room from the balcony. The doors faced out toward the street, where the street lamp light was, always visible through my curtains. Shortly after hearing the tree rustling noises, I saw a shadow slowly moving past the doors. At that point, I immediately switched off my reading light and froze like a deer in the headlights. The shadow outside was so tall, it couldn't be a neighbor's kid, and it definitely was not my mother, who was only 5 feet tall. The person outside moved slowly, creeping as though they were trying not to be noticed. They wouldn't likely be able to see into my room, but I could see them thanks to the streetlights behind them. They moved past the doors and out of sight. I sat there unable to move or even think about what to do, other than be absolutely still. That was until I heard another sound. The sound of someone clearly trying to open the glass door to my mom's room. I didn't know if she had locked them or not, but I wasn't taking chances. I moved as quickly and silently as I could to my bedroom door and locked it up tight. I listened for what the person was doing now. They were still jiggling the door handle, but it sounded like the doors were refusing to open. I felt a bit of relief that this person couldn't get in. Surely all I had to do now was wait for them to realize that. Then they would just leave. I heard light footsteps move back along the balcony to my set of glass doors now. I saw his shadow stop directly in front of them. Again, I froze. He couldn't see me, and he couldn't know that I could see him either. I saw the shadow of the man's hand reach up to my door handle. My heart stopped. Had I locked those doors today? I couldn't remember. I had been out there earlier. What if I'd forgotten to lock it? The seconds leading up to him grabbing that handle felt like an eternity. Thankfully, when they tried to open the door, it didn't budge. It was locked. I sighed such a sigh of relief. I was worried he might have actually heard me. It seemed he didn't, though. After this, he began pacing the length of the balcony. I didn't have a cell phone, and the landline was at the other end of the house. I was too scared to take my eyes off this person. I was silently crying and praying they would just leave. Then I heard him stop moving. I could just break the glass, you know. Before I could even process this, I saw car headlights turn around the corner of my street, then stop at our property gate. It seemed my mom was now home. The person on the balcony moved out of sight. When my mom came inside, I was absolutely hysterical. I was barely coherent, telling her what just happened. Eventually, I did manage to get the message across. She called the police, but they never found or caught anyone. A neighbor did report a truck in the street, though, that matched the description of a truck that had been reported recently for attempted child abductions near my school. The school was only a block away. Some background information before I start. I'm a 23-year-old female, and I live in a very rural part of Tennessee, at the base of the Cumberland Plateau in the Appalachian Mountain Range. It's so remote that I can't even get internet hooked up at my house. I have to use mobile data if I want to access it. Despite how remote it is, though, I do really enjoy living so far out in the country. I expect that I always will. My boyfriend and I have 2 very protective dogs, Roxy and Crackerjack. We've also grown up around firearms and know how to use them well. We genuinely felt safe being alone in our isolated house. We have a 2.5-acre property, and our closest neighbor is over 3 acres away. No one has any reason to bother us and come onto our land uninvited. This happened to me back in late November. I was enjoying my night off from work as a caregiver while my boyfriend was working late. He would not be home until 2 or 3 in the morning. This didn't really bother me though, as I've stayed overnight at my house plenty of times alone in the past 2 years. I decided to go to bed early and wake myself up in a few hours when my boyfriend was supposed to get home. That way I would be awake to greet him. I climbed into bed with both of my dogs and fell asleep around 1:30 in the morning or so. My bigger dog, Roxy, started growling deeply at the bedroom window and woke me up sometime in the night. I tried to get her to hush, fairly certain there was a coyote or something roaming around our yard, but she suddenly started barking extremely loud. I heard something crash and fall outside, against the bushes by my bedroom window. Roxy bolted to my bedroom door and started scratching it, still going crazy and barking while trying to get out. I quickly got up out of bed with my other dog. I grabbed my loaded revolver from under my bedside table and carefully opened my bedroom door. Roxy sprinted to the front door and started clawing at it like she was going to break it down. I paused for a second before opening it. If it really was just an animal out there, I didn't want my dogs loose to sprint after it in the darkness and possibly never be seen again. I decided to look out the window that was beside my front door and get a sense of what I was dealing with. What I saw more than shocked me. It honestly scared me. There was a man wearing jean shorts and a white tank top, running away from my house and heading towards the road. I didn't know if I should release the dogs to chase them or call my boyfriend or the police. After a moment, I decided to call the local sheriff's department. I explained to the dispatcher what had happened, making sure to mention to her what the trespasser had been wearing. Dispatch told me they would send a deputy out to my area immediately. She asked me if I wanted to have them come by my house so I could make a report as well. I said that I did. After I got off the phone with dispatch, I called my boyfriend and told him everything as well. He immediately said he was leaving work and coming home. When he arrived, he grabbed a flashlight and the dogs and started looking all around the outside of the house for any traces of this intruder. He didn't find anything except for the damaged bushes underneath our window. We waited for nearly 2 hours for the deputies to arrive, but they never showed up at all. I didn't receive a follow-up call of any kind either in the days that followed. My boyfriend came to the conclusion it must have been one of our shady neighbors or something that lived a couple miles up the road from our house. That very well may have been true, but what bothered me the most of all was that the place the stranger tried to enter the house was my bedroom window of all places, where I had been sleeping. If he had just looked to rob us, why didn't he enter through the front door or the garage or the back porch? Also, all the neighbors know we have dogs. It seems like this intruder hadn't been aware of that. I don't know, maybe it's just paranoia and me jumping to conclusions, but I don't think this guy was interested in robbing us. I think he may have been up to something much worse. Some years ago, I was staying at my parents' place, looking after their cat while they were away on vacation. A little before 5 a.m. one morning, I was awoken to the sound of glass on their front screen door shattering, followed by pounding on the door itself. I went over to see what was happening. Long story short, one of the neighbors had a grown child living with them who had a psychotic breakdown that night. He attempted to murder both of his parents with a big knife from his kitchen. His mom had escaped the carnage and ran to my parents' house for help. I let her in, of course, as I couldn't leave her out there to fend for herself. Her arms and hands were covered in defensive wounds. She had also been stabbed several times. I called the police. Thankfully, she ended up surviving. Unfortunately, her husband did not. The kid committed suicide soon after. The scariest part that I didn't know until later, though, was that as I let the mother in, as I was closing the door, I thought I saw someone else outside. I opened it thinking maybe the father needed help too, but no one was there anymore. After that, I shut the door again, not thinking about that when such an emergency was present. I went back to helping the mom. A neighbor who had been woken up by the confrontation inside their house and happened to look out the window told me the son had been chasing his mom. He'd chased her right up to the front steps of my house. He turned away though after I closed the door and went back to finish killing his father instead. If I had been even 5 seconds later letting her in, she would have been killed right on my front doorstep. A couple seconds faster opening the door again, and he would have still been there to come inside and finish us both. I have a coworker named Paul who was in the Navy back in the 1970s. He was stationed on the USS Shreveport. We got to talk one day about the perils of being at sea and how in some instances the weather can be the least of your concerns. Paul explained while being stationed on the transport ship, the crew used to be paid in cash every other week. I found that kind of strange, seeing as they couldn't exactly go anywhere to spend their money, and food was provided for anyway. He told me, though, that the sailors would predominantly use their earnings to gamble, and playing cards was the usual method. There were a few individuals on board who acted as loan sharks of sorts. During the week, in between payments, they would loan out cash with high interest rates. Paul worked as a cook in the mess hall. He was acquainted with another man in his division. We'll call this man Jack. Jack was constantly behind on his debts to the loan sharks. Keep in mind, there was no place on board the ship where the loan sharking sailors couldn't find you either. It's not as though you could seek help from the officers. Jack finally fell so deep into debt, he was never going to be able to repay what he owed. Once back on land, the debts were nullified, but the men he owed money to weren't about to let his balance go unforgiven. Every day aboard the ship, the crew would be lined up for roll call. One morning, Jack wasn't in his designated spot. He would never stand there again. The entire ship was searched, but no trace of him was ever found. It's only speculation, but Paul believes that Jack met a grisly end and was thrown overboard after. I mean, what better place to dispose of a body than over the side of a Navy vessel at night? An investigation was conducted. The entire crew was questioned, but no proof of foul play was ever uncovered. It was concluded that one way or another, he had ended up in the water that night, and it was ruled an accident. The problem with that, though, is that aboard every ship, regardless of the weather or time of day, there's a watchman stationed at the stern, keeping an eye on things and watching for anybody who's fallen overboard specifically. For such a poor soul in the water, that vigilant sailor is their one and only chance for rescue. If they fail to spot you, you're as good as dead. It's entirely possible the watchman did not see Jack as he floundered in the waves, but the far more likely scenario is that he was already bound and unconscious or dead before even hitting the water. Kinda makes you wonder how many countless bodies have been tossed overboard, claimed by the sea, and been forgotten by history. I had pulled over one night to discipline my 2 young children when a car pulled up beside me and told me there had been a wreck just over the next hill. Traffic was completely stopped, so they suggested I take a side road that detoured the wreck entirely. I thanked them and they left soon after. I decided not to take that road because I'm from the country and I didn't want to get lost. As I drove by the detour road, I looked over, only to see the same couple had stopped and gotten out of their car. There was nothing but woods all around. It was just getting dark, and that's all I could see. The next morning, as I drove by the same road, I saw a dead-end sign just past where the couple had gotten out of their car. It still gives me the chills when I drive past it now, and it's been 15 years since that happened. I was living in Las Vegas at the time. I was 19 years old, and I lived in a trailer park in Northtown, a not-so-nice area of Las Vegas. The trailers were all about 10 feet apart at best. At about 11 p.m., I heard the sound of what sounded like bodies flopping on the ground from the trailer next door. It sounded like someone was wrestling or fighting or something. There was no yelling or loud voices or any other sort of sounds, though. Then I heard the screen door of the trailer open and a car speeding off as quickly as possible. I thought nothing more of it and kept to myself that night. My roommate was currently at work and wouldn't be home until the morning. I went to bed soon after. I was awoken, though, to a tapping on my front door. As I opened my eyes to check what was going on, I saw a police officer holding a shotgun leaned against my window. I woke up in a real hurry after seeing that and answered the door right away. The officer told me I had to vacate the premises immediately for my own safety. Apparently, those sounds I'd heard earlier were from my neighbor who'd stabbed and killed someone in their trailer. The road that I take to get to my house is very long and winding. It's surrounded by trees, and there are no other houses on it. It's just an extremely long road out right in the middle of nowhere. 7 years ago, in fact, a car with 4 people inside crashed into a tree on that very same road. It was an extremely big deal at the time because everyone in that car died. Supposedly, there was something wrong with their brakes, and the car just kept accelerating faster and faster, then finally hit a tree that was located almost at the very end of the road. Every day when I drive down that road, I think of how scared everyone inside that car must have been as they flew down that winding road at 100 miles per hour and finally lost control. I literally think about it every time I drive down it. Last weekend, I was driving home from work, and I had gotten off late. It was around 2 a.m. or so. I was driving down that road. The road was unpaved and very rough, so unless you have the right tires, you had to drive low and slow. I was driving down, going about 15 miles per hour, when I saw some people randomly standing next to a tree. I stopped the car after I passed them by, and saw in my passenger side mirror that there were 3 people walking toward my car. I immediately had a very bad feeling and hit the gas. I sped the rest of the way down the road, much faster than I ever had before. It was around that same area where the 4 people had died in that crash 7 years ago, actually. I only saw 3 people there, and I don't believe in ghosts or anything. There was no car on the road, though, and I can't think of a reasonable explanation as to why someone would be out there walking so late at night, walking down that very long road. Maybe it's a spot for ambushers or something. Every time I drive down that road at night now, I'm afraid I'll see those people again. I wonder what might have happened if I hadn't driven away from them. I grew up in an old farmhouse in a huge valley in a residential area. One night, my parents were out of town, and my aunt was staying with us to watch us. I was around 12 or 13 years old at the time. Me and my sister were playing on our trampoline, which was about 5 feet from the edge of a wooded hill. It was already dark outside, and it was fall as well. All the leaves had fallen to the ground. Out of nowhere, we heard a scream that could only be described as someone being murdered. Not only that, with those screams, we heard the sounds of the leaves rustling, like someone was frantically trying to get away from that area. My aunt heard it as well and came from inside the house. She ran out and saw us looking toward all the screaming. All of a sudden, it stopped completely. She told us to come back inside and grabbed the phone in her hand as she called the police. They showed up soon after and went to search the entire area for an hour. They didn't find anything though. My brothers and I never went near that area again after. Let me start this up by saying that I'm 5 feet and 130 pounds, former military as well. I may be a bit on the smaller side, but I don't scare easy. I got hired by a security company, working the graveyard shift. I had a specific routine too. I had to go to certain areas and hit them with a magnetized wand key to unlock doors and gates at specific times. It was nothing I couldn't handle though. I was already a bit of an insomniac, and driving helped to clear my mind, so the job was almost ideal for me. After turning on a new route for a few days, I was ready to hit it on my own. This specific route took me to the edge of the city where the warehouse was. It was firmly country out there. There was no traffic and very few light posts either. Even the cell service was sketchy as well. I didn't understand why, but the guy that trained me was part Native American and seemed to be very adverse to this route for some reason. I soon came to understand why he felt that way though. The company cars we drove were hybrids, which were very helpful. I didn't have to stop for gas at all during my route. The night started off fairly normal. I picked up my keys from dispatch, checked the vehicle, and hit most of my points on schedule. I had my work phone and my personal phone in the cup holders of the vehicle. My giant flashlight was secured firmly to my hip. I made my way out to the outskirts of town to hit my next checkpoint. I exited the highway and didn't notice anything unusual. No traffic, no people, the area was very dimly lit and quiet as usual. I pulled around the warehouse to the side gate where my checkpoint was. That's when I noticed a dark figure standing under the light post a few yards away. Strange, but not exactly a crime. I continued to make my way forward, only to notice it seemed the figure had simply disappeared into the mist. Now I was spooked. I froze and didn't want to get out of my vehicle. I didn't want to lose my job either though. I talked myself up into getting as close as I could to the gate without actually getting out of my car, hitting the checkpoint quick and getting the hell out of there. I tried convincing myself that I hadn't seen what I thought I just had. The figure had simply walked away quickly through the darkness and I'd missed it. Just as I approached the light post though, my damn car turned off altogether. It was almost like the battery shorted out. There were no lights and it refused to turn over. Soon after, the light post shorted out as well. There was no way in hell I was getting out of my car now. I tried to call dispatch on my work phone, but I couldn't get through. Next, I started calling my coworker from my personal phone, but same thing. I tried hitting the steering wheel and eventually the car turned back on. I floored it all the way to the highway, nearly forgetting to turn the headlights back on. I didn't go back to that checkpoint all night either. When I was questioned about it by my boss, I explained what happened. He simply said, "No one told you?" Apparently everyone knew something weird was going on at that warehouse, and no one had bothered to tell me either, convinced they were all either individually crazy or because they thought I wouldn't believe them. I pleaded to be put on another route, but was softly denied. Before I reached the area the next time I was on patrol, I requested my supervisor to meet me at the checkpoint should my vehicle malfunction again. He informed me he would be a few minutes behind me. Now more satisfied that everything would go all right, I exited the highway. It was a typical quiet scene, but I was on edge. I felt my paranoia kicking in. I turned the corner to the checkpoint. The road was empty. I took a quick look around and got back in the vehicle. As soon as I closed my door though, I saw a woman standing in the middle of the street. Slightly creeped out, I closed my door and tried to get a good look at her before calling dispatch. She had long hair that was covering her face and was staggering around in a strange way. She moved over to the side of the road opposite the warehouse, leaving me just enough room to pass by. I decided to chance it rather than wait for such a strange person to approach me. I floored it. The vehicle started to act strangely a few feet past the woman. I screamed beyond frustrated, punching the steering wheel. I called my supervisor, only to receive no answer. In the rearview mirror, I could see the woman walking toward me. Then she ducked out of sight. I freaked out. Suddenly, the woman jumped up from the passenger side window and started screaming at me like she was a banshee on fire. She began to bang her bony fists against the window. All I could do was keep trying to turn the ignition. The woman kept banging the window and screaming about how she could see me. She hit the window once more. She kept pounding and pounding. I considered trying to make a run for it, but before I could decide, I saw headlights of another vehicle with their high beams on rounding the corner. The woman turned and ran and vanished out of sight. I noticed there was a small crack on my window. I turned my key again, and the ignition kicked to life. The car that came around from the warehouse turned out to be my supervisor. He called me up and instructed me to follow him to the nearest gas station so he could check out the damage that was done to the car. Once we got there, he found a few scratch marks down the side of my vehicle. There were also some dents in the passenger door where it appeared someone had kicked it. Of course, there was also the small crack in the window. I really had no idea what to think about that. We reviewed the security camera footage and saw my vehicle drive up to the checkpoint in perfect condition. So I guess that girl really did all that damage. That was enough for me to resign from my position. I decided the day shift was the place to be after that. When the first paranormal movie came out, I was still living at home with my mom. I saw it with my then boyfriend and was obviously terrified by it. Later that night, after we'd watched it, I was in bed tossing and turning for about an hour or so. I was too freaked out to fall asleep. Every little noise in the house got my heart thumping. When I'd just about been to actually fade into sleep, I began to hear something in the kitchen at the other end of the house. I heard footsteps slowly going down the hall, getting closer to my room. I also heard what sounded like someone sliding their hand along various surfaces. 2 seconds away from bursting into screams, my bedroom door suddenly shot open. I began screaming bloody murder, only to see that it was my mom. She had been sleepwalking the entire time. She began screaming too, as she'd just woken up standing in the middle of my bedroom, which made me freak out even more. It was extremely scary in the moment, but I guess thinking back on it now, it's actually pretty funny. I was 4 years old, camping with my family. We went walking in the woods when I stopped to tie my shoe for a moment. My parents also slowed down, but they were walking a little ways ahead of me. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, this woman with the exact same colored hair and eyes as me rushed up to me. She got down on one knee and held her arms out to me. She even addressed me by my name and called to me with tears in her eyes. "Don't you remember me? I'm your real mommy. You were taken away from me when you were 2. I was immediately terrified. I ran away from the woman to my parents and tried to tell them about the lady. When they looked back, they only caught a brief glimpse of her running away. This messed me up for years. I really thought that lady was telling the truth until I was about 10 years old or so. I was convinced that I had been kidnapped from her, when in reality, she was trying to kidnap me. My mom has brown hair and blue eyes, you see, and my dad also has brown hair and brown eyes. I didn't know back then you could have different kinds of hair and eye colors from your parents. I have blonde hair and green eyes, and that lady, whoever she was, took advantage of that to try and kidnap me. I'm a 911 dispatcher, and I work the night shift. At my agency, we work 12-hour shifts with one partner. I'm no longer on the same shift with the partner I was on that night. However, the change is simply a scheduling change. To give some background, my dispatch center currently only dispatches fire and EMS, not law enforcement. We're located in one of the fire stations, and the station is only staffed by the 2 dispatchers and 2 medics. In the same area, there's another separate, larger building, where our administrative staff such as HR and payroll works. During the regular work week, nobody is in that building past 1700 hours, or on the weekends. In that building, there's a very nice updated firefighters' quarters, which includes a large kitchen, a pool table, a couple of large and comfy couches, and a television. Our department is a volunteer department, so the firefighters' quarters are not staffed or occupied unless there's a special event, or someone decides to crew the station for a night. Being on such long shifts, I sometimes cook when the phones aren't ringing. Our area also has a small kitchen. We're often missing a pot or a pan, so we'll venture over to the nice updated quarters because they have what we need or are missing. About 3 or 4 months ago, late at night, I was trying to bake some banana bread, and we of course did not have a bread pan. It was around 2:30 in the morning, and I told my partner Mike I was going to run over to the admin building real quick to see if they had what I needed. I grabbed my badge that allowed me to buzz into our buildings after hours and walked out the door. I started walking across the parking lot and took in the fresh, chill yet crisp air that met me. It was a short walk over to the admin building. I flashed my badge up to the buzzer and heard the lock click. The night was extremely dark, and only the building's exterior lights were on, so the inside was dark as well. I walked in and turned to my immediate right to buzz into the firefighters' quarters. I had my iPhone playing my Spotify playlist and tucked it into my back pocket. I walked into the firefighters' quarters and flicked on the 2 kitchen lights, but left all the others off. I began sorting through all the cabinets trying to find my bread pan. I was having quite a bit of difficulty finding it though. I decided to look in their large walk-in pantry instead. As I'm ruffling through everything though, I hear a muffled bang from outside the firefighters' quarters, out in the main lobby. It wasn't extremely loud, but it was loud enough for me to hear it over my music playing. I stopped and froze. I thought for a second that maybe Mike had followed me over to come check on me or something, since it was taking me so long. That was quickly debunked though, when I realized 2 things. First, even if he was worried, he wouldn't leave dispatch without anyone at a console ready to answer a 911 call. Second, I had my cell phone on me, so he would have just called or texted me, not followed me over. My second thought was I must have left the doors unlocked on accident, and somebody had followed me in. That was also quickly debunked though. The doors aren't manually locked and unlocked. They automatically lock about 10 seconds after the initial buzz in. I quickly found myself on edge, but figured it was probably just the loud air ducts, or perhaps the heating kicking in. It was a very large building after all. I kept rifling through the pantry without further incident. Still no bread pan though. I exited the pantry and closed the doors, and walked over to the sink to check in the dishwasher, thinking someone may have used it already and not put it away. Soon after I walked to that area though, a strong, unpleasant, very recognizable scent took over my senses. It hit me all at once, and I couldn't believe how repulsive it smelled. As an EMT, I was able to identify the scent right away. From the few times I'd encountered it, it smelled like that of a decomposing body or something. I started commenting to myself how wretched it smelled, and that the firefighters really needed to man up and do a better job of keeping up with this area. Not a second after I'd made my remark about lazy firefighters, I heard a deep, manly scoff and a chuckle coming from the other side of the quarters. I was not immediately alarmed, only slightly startled. I walked over to see who the hell happened to be in there at such a late hour, without knowing what they were doing. I walked out of the kitchen expecting to meet someone wearing the fire department clothing, but nobody made themselves readily known. I followed up with a curious, "Hello?" I made an awkward chuckle, as well as thinking about how stupid I must have looked blindly looking for this firefighter who'd startled me. There was nothing and nobody around though. I can hardly explain the feeling, but an ominous presence washed over me. My eyes began watering, my arms were raised with goosebumps, and my heart was almost doing backflips in my chest. I looked left and right to find nobody there still. I walked over to the light switch and flipped them all on. All of them switched on, except for the one closest to the couches and TV. I just about lost my stability. I looked over at the dark section with the couch facing away from me. I just imagined a crazed killer laying on the couch with a sinister smile spread across their face and hiding from me just out of sight, ready to jump up at any moment. I began rationalizing though and realized I was being way too dramatic. I had to use my badge not once but twice to gain access to the area where I was in, so it was clear nobody was there who shouldn't be there. I spoke up again, now really thinking it was a firefighter messing with me. It wouldn't be cool, but it wouldn't be out of the ordinary either. "Hey man, you scared me. I'm just trying to find a bread pan. How come you didn't tell us you were crewing tonight?" I began approaching the couches, hoping someone would answer me. Nobody responded though. I stopped about halfway from the lights to the couch and waited for another second. "Okay, screw off, dude. It smells like literal death in here. You need to clean the hell up. It's nasty." At this point, I was getting real mad. This guy was messing with me. It seemed like a cruel and mean thing to do. Still, no one answered me though. I started to second guess myself. Maybe it was my music that somehow sounded like someone laughing. I took a deep breath and went to grab my badge. I closed the dishwasher. It was clear I was not going to find my beloved pan. I walked over to where I'd previously smelled that bad smell, and much to my surprise, it no longer smelled like that anymore. There was still a lingering unpleasant odor, but nowhere near as strong. I slammed the dishwasher shut and turned to leave. I switched off the lights and pressed the bar to walk out the door when I heard what sounded like nails against the textured wall coming up from behind me. I whipped back around, getting ready to lay hard into this jerk trying to scare me. I wanted him to know how screwed he would be once the chief got wind of all this. After all, it was way too early for these kinds of shenanigans. I was way over it. Despite being a smaller female, I was gonna teach this idiot a lesson or two. Once again though, I didn't see anybody immediately when I turned around. The sound still continued though, only it sounded like it was shuffling away now. I backed up into the press bar again with some force. This time I nearly fell through the doorway. I turned to run out of the firefighters' quarters. As I turned and began quickly pacing out of the admin building, I caught a glimpse of a dark figure standing at the end of the long open lobby near the side exit door. The most eerie part was how his silhouette was illuminated by the green exit sign. All I could make out in that split second was whoever this was very large. That solidified the whole experience for me, as I knew nobody should have been in that building. I ran all the way across the parking lot, back to dispatch, and buzzed myself in frantically. I apologized to Mike for taking so long and word vomited the entire encounter to him. He seemed shocked and had never heard of anything like that happening. He's also a firefighter with the department and had been there for many years, yet nobody had ever said anything similar happened. We decided to watch the security cameras posted outside and watch over that entrance to the admin building. No one seemed to have exited during the night. We investigated the next morning, only to find nothing out of place and nothing unusual as far as I know. There haven't been any deaths or anything like that occurred on this property, and I've never experienced anything out of the ordinary since, so I don't think this is some random ghost story or anything like that. I tend to think rationally, as you do in my field. I've heard my fair share of horrors and nightmares unfolding on the phone with callers, and seen many things out in the field. This experience definitely scared me though. I'll never forget that bone-tingling fear of someone being able to see you but knowing you can't see them. My hometown hit the national news on April 16th to April 23rd, 2017. The Facebook killer was found at a local McDonald's and was chased towards the downtown area, where eventually he offed himself. This story is about my very close encounter with that man. I'm a 25-year-old female. It all started on Sunday, April 17th. It started out as a normal day. I woke up around 3:30 p.m. as I worked the night shift at a local fast food restaurant. I wouldn't go into work until around 5 p.m. or so. Work went on as normal until my boss got a text from his roommate saying there was a guy that shot an old man and filmed it on Facebook Live. Because we had been there all night, we hadn't heard of this yet. There were apparently various reports of him being seen in our city at a store that was near the restaurant as well. Those reports were unverified though, and the police said there was no reason for them to believe he was here. My boss dismissed it as a social media frenzy and a bunch of misinformation, although he did make sure to double-check our lobby doors and make sure they were indeed closed and locked. The rest of the night went on like any other Sunday night. At home, I woke up at around 3:30 a.m. or so and hopped on social media, trying to see if they'd found that Facebook killer yet. To my dismay, he was still at large. Luckily, there were some reports he was spotted in Philadelphia. I was relieved, but decided I would walk home that night after work. My shift went by slowly but smoothly, and at around 2 a.m. or so, I got out of work. I decided I was going to stop by a 24-hour store that was nearby. I picked up some groceries and was done about 2:45 or so. As I was walking home, though, I see a man in a white Ford Fusion. I was extremely paranoid at this point, so I dove into some bushes, hoping and praying he didn't see me. The car ended up pulling into another fast food restaurant, but without stopping the car, he turned around and pulled away. I continued to sit in those bushes until his headlights were out of sight. I then booked it home and went straight to bed. The next morning, I woke up and found out that the Facebook killer had been seen driving in my city once more. Driving, you guessed it, a white Ford Fusion. He'd been spotted the previous night, about 500 yards away from where I work. While I was hiding in those bushes, that sighting of him was shortly before the police chase started that eventually ended in him losing it. I understand the story might not seem particularly scary on the surface, but to me it could have meant my life had he seen me. He stated on a Facebook Live video that he was going to kill as many people as he could before the police caught him. In retrospect, I probably should have called the police as soon as I saw that car, but obviously I was not 100% sure it was him. I'm still pretty on edge about the whole thing. I feel very sorry for that poor man he killed as well. This guy was severely mentally ill. He should have gotten the help that he so desperately needed before going off the deep end, but I guess that doesn't always happen. This happened to me last spring. I live in a quiet part of northern London and attend a very academic all-girls school in my neighborhood. Since my school is so extremely prestigious, we were required to complete the Bronze Duke of Edinburgh program as part of the school curriculum. When our first ever expedition was coming up, we all felt pretty confident about it. Since we were a useless bunch of teenagers though, our teachers thought it might be helpful for us to practice setting up at least a little bit beforehand. I didn't really like the sound of that. It all was just so utterly creepy to stay in school overnight on some tiny playing field in a far corner of the campus. The most disturbing part to me was that this field faced an abandoned building. Even though it was separated by a stone wall, it still looked extremely creepy. It was one of the only abandoned houses in the neighborhood and the fact it was such an oddity made the situation even worse. We came to school that evening to practice setting up the tents. It was honestly kind of weird seeing the school without any students in it. It seemed so much bigger than it was in the daytime. I was in the same tent as my best friend Kate. She was assigned to my group for the expedition. As I expected, I was not able to fall asleep easily in that tent though, so I kept going through my phone until it was late at night. I was sure that everyone was asleep, including Kate. I started to drift off about 2 a.m. Then though, it started to rain. It was in that moment I understood that I should have been listening to the teacher's explanation of how to correctly put up a tent, because it slowly started to fill up with water with us inside. I imagine we probably hadn't zipped up the outer layer properly, so I gathered every bit of strength I had and climbed outside, leaving my phone behind. I struggled for a while, but ended up successfully zipping up the tent. By the time I was finished, I was soaking wet, so I decided to grab a dry hoodie from my PE kit. I made my way over to our PE department, which had been left open just in case we needed to use the bathrooms. The halls were pitch black, so I was extremely creeped out as I went to the changing room. I turned the lights on and changed into my dry hoodie. When I pushed down the door handle to leave though, for some reason I found it was now stuck and refused to budge. In fact, it almost felt as if someone was holding on to the handle on the other side. Being my 14-year-old self, I quietly called out, "Hello?" There was no response. I then asked in a very firm and clear-sounding voice, braver than I'd ever felt before, "Is there anybody there?" Again, there was no response. I started wiggling the door handle so hard that it actually came off right in my hand. At this point, the lights went out in the changing room. The situation seemed as though it was straight out of a horror film, but reality was now catching up to me. I could now clearly tell that somebody was on the other side of the door because the light switch to the room was on the outside. I was about to have a panic attack, so without thinking, I started banging on the door and kicking while screaming for help at the top of my lungs. I was desperately hoping that a teacher or a security guard would hear me. I think it only angered the person on the other side of the door though. I saw the part of the door which the handle was still screwed on begin to slowly turn. I immediately ran to the other side of the changing room and locked myself in one of the shower stalls. That was the only place I had to hide. As soon as I locked the stall door, behind me I heard the door opening and a heavy footstep entering the room. I suspected this must be a man. I tried to silence my breathing with my hand, but I don't think I did a very good job. The footsteps soon stopped right outside my shower stall. At first, I didn't quite comprehend what he might be doing, but then I saw an eye glaring at me through one of the gaps between the door hinges. That was the most scared I had ever been in my life. I screamed like there was no tomorrow. I unlocked the door and kicked it open as hard as I could, smashing the man right in the face. I ran out of the changing room and down the hallway, screaming so loudly my own ears began to ring. The building was 20 meters away from the playing field, but I remember clear as day while I was running away. I turned around and saw a figure in a dark hoodie. I ran as fast as I could while screaming at the top of my lungs. That woke up most of the people that were sleeping in the tents. I was having a panic attack, and I couldn't breathe correctly for 10 minutes after I arrived to them. I explained to the teachers what had happened after I calmed down. They called the police, but the man was never found in the end, probably because I accidentally gave him so much time to escape. Everyone was sent home straight after. I suspect whoever this was had been watching all of us from the abandoned building across the way that night. It still haunts me even to this very day. When I was 12, my family lived in an isolated house deep in the woods. I remember it was December just before Christmas, and we were gathered around the Christmas tree in the living room, watching TV. Maybe around 10 o'clock or so, I decided to go to bed. My bedroom was on the ground floor, while everyone else's was upstairs. I remember I fell asleep without much trouble, but later on that night I awoke seemingly for no reason at all. I rolled over to face the window that sat next to my bed. The side of the house where my window faced was pressed right up against the trees. For anyone to look inside, they would have to walk through the undergrowth and duck under some branches just to come close enough to it. That was the reason I didn't have any curtains. I figured there was no point to having them in the first place. When I woke up though, a terrible, vulnerable feeling washed over me. Right then, a feeling I had never experienced before came to the front of my mind. Next to that window, it felt as if I was being watched. There was no light on in my room, but likewise there was nothing illuminating outside my window either. I stared at the window for a few moments, then I sat up. I thought I was just imagining things, but just as I was about to lay back down, I saw the shuffling of movement outside. I sat bolt upright, but I didn't hear anything else. After another moment, I laid back down. Even though I felt uneasy, I started to drift back off to sleep unwillingly. A short time later, I don't know exactly how long, I woke up again. This time though, it was because I was suddenly freezing cold. I shivered all over and climbed out of bed. I suppose I'd already forgotten about the feeling I had earlier. I left my room and walked down the hallway without turning on any of the lights. I entered the kitchen. As I made the turn into the breakfast area, I felt a freezing cold breeze on my face. That's when I literally froze in my tracks. The back door was wide open, and snow was collecting just inside on the floor. I could make out in the snow the faint outline of tracks leading inside, but none walking away. There was a ringing sensation in my ears, and for a few moments, I found myself completely unable to move. Even to turn around was a monumental effort. And that's when I heard the slow, quiet turning of the door handle to my right, which led into the laundry room. I don't know exactly why I decided to do this, but I ran to the gun in the closet instead of upstairs to my parents' room. That was the first thought in my head. I had to get the gun and defend myself. I took the hunting rifle out and raised it just as my parents had taught me. The gun was not loaded, but I figured the rifle alone would be enough to scare off an intruder. I could now see a dark figure peeking around the entranceway to the kitchen. I couldn't make out any details, only that it was clearly an adult. I'm not sure how well the figure could see me, but I stammered out that I had a gun. What the figure said next I can remember clearly even to this day. In a happy sing-song voice, the person clearly spoke my first name, then added, "I'm not going to hurt you. I would never hurt you." I didn't recognize the voice at all. I had no idea who this could be, but clearly they knew me. I screamed like I was on fire. I sprinted back to my room and locked the door. I hurled myself under the bed. I could hear the man calling out my name as he followed me down the hallway. He made his way to the outside of my bedroom door. And that's when I heard my father scream from the top of the stairs. I heard the intruder bolt back down the hall and out the door into the snowy night. It took a while for me to calm down enough to go and unlock the door for my parents. For a while, they pretended not to know who this was, but a few years later when I was older, my dad admitted to me that the man was a former friend of his. He'd taken a special interest in me. He'd repeatedly asked my father if he could take me out to go shopping or for ice cream. Whenever my father refused, he started stalking me around our own property. I never had a clue about any of this. My parents called the police and pressed charges, but if the man was ever caught, I never heard about it. I did ask my parents about him every once in a while, but they would always just say, "It's over, don't worry." When my mom was 17, she and my grandparents went for a hike in the Belanglo State Forest in Australia. They had a holiday house in Burma, which they would quite often visit on the weekends, so going on hikes was pretty common. While hiking along the trail they had been down numerous times before, they suddenly came across a couple of abandoned hiking packs. Like those massive ones backpackers have, the packs were stuffed full of clothes and food, but no one else was in sight anywhere nearby. There also weren't any obvious signs as to why they would have been left behind like this. This was in the early 90s before cell phones were common, so they couldn't contact a ranger to come and have a look at them. My grandmother immediately became concerned about the strangeness of the situation, and she convinced my grandpa that they should immediately go back to the car. They did so. A few nights later, after they returned home to Sydney, my uncle called my grandmother into the living room and pointed at the TV. Apparently, some hikers from Germany had been reported missing. They were last seen in that area of the Belenglo forest. My grandmother immediately cried out that her gut feeling had been right, even though technically there was no evidence those bags they found belonged to those exact hikers. Further news reports came out, and a few years later in 1994, they had the entire family in hysterics. The remains of the bodies had been found in the home of Ivan Malat. He had massacred numerous victims in the forest and is now known as the Backpacker Killer. He's one of Australia's most notorious serial killers, and it's believed there are still bodies that have yet to be found. The worst part about it, though, is that those 2 hiking packs my family found were never definitively linked to any of the bodies. That means that for all we know, whoever owned them could still be buried in that forest somewhere, never found until this very day. On my 18th birthday, my 2 best friends and I grabbed a hold of a bottle of tequila and took off in my dad's car. We went to the old arcade by the shore of Lake Michigan. It had been closed down for a few years because, no joke, Jeffrey Dahmer had apparently targeted one of his victims there or something. The police had sealed the place off to collect some evidence, and it was just never reopened to the public. On the far side of the building, though, there was a skate floor. One of my friends knew there was a way to break in through that area. Our plan was to get drunk and skate around before heading to the arcade. We knew we couldn't actually play any of the games. Obviously, the power would be out, but we thought it would be cool to look around for some old prizes or some souvenirs or something. We parked the car down by the lake and entered in through the side door. Even though the door said push, my friend pulled open the door with all his might and it just kind of cracked open easily. It was only a few inches though before a chain caught it in place. There was still enough room for all 3 of us to slip inside though. We each immediately took a shot and turned on our flashlights. We began to walk across the wide open floor with our footsteps echoing loudly throughout the large room. There were empty beer cans and all sorts of trash strewn all over the floor. We decided to strap on the skates we'd brought with us and ride around in the dark anyway. Yeah, we were some of the dumbest kids you've ever seen, but come on, we were having some fun. We didn't even make it 1 lap around though before one of my friends tripped over something hard that was sticking out of the ground. We all stopped and shined our lights over to the area and discovered the obstruction was actually a red candle of some sort. It had been melted down so far to its base that it had basically sealed itself against the floor and become a bump. Being the dumb kid I was, I took an awkward swing at it with my skate and knocked off a chunk of wax. I was going to keep right on skating, completely oblivious to the possibility of tripping over anything else, when my friend scanned his flashlight around the ground further. He discovered a big circle had been painted on the floor. Inside that circle were many other circles intertwining, and there were at least 5 or 6 other candles scattered about the entire area. I laughed and said, "Damn, some real exorcism shit went down here, man." My friend skated into the center of the circle, where something had clearly been burned there. The floor had long ago been scorched with black. I kept laughing, but my friends were more curious than amused now. They kept examining the circle, and another friend raised their flashlight to the ceiling. Just above the circle, somewhere in the rafters above, she noticed something. She then called out to us, "Hey, do you guys see anything up there?" My other friend and I glanced up, and we saw what appeared to be a few chains of some sort dangling from above. Something large and bulky was suspended just out of sight in the darkness. I leapt up and swatted at one of the chains. That was incredibly stupid because I was wearing skates and I fell flat on my ass. When I came back down, my friend immediately started choking and screaming though, not because of me, but because apparently when I'd smacked that chain, something wet had struck her head from above. My other friend shined his flashlight on her. We discovered some sort of dark red liquid dripping down her face in between her eyes, and down her nose as well. We all freaked out and bailed, not even bothering to take our skates off properly. We awkwardly rolled back to the car, and my friend drove out of the property with her skates still on. She insisted she thought someone had followed us across the property lines, and that she'd heard heavy footsteps pursuing us. I don't recall hearing anything though, but I was pretty buzzed at that point, so it might be paranoia or it might have actually happened. I couldn't really tell. I also forgot to mention that before we drove here, I had a few beers. Being a teen, I was pretty much a lightweight. Unbelievably, we made it home safely that night without crashing. We were at that place less than 20 total minutes. That building is gone now, demolished since long ago. Whatever we saw that night, it's long gone now, and I don't think we'll ever find out what it was. That begs the question though, what exactly was being suspended from the roof? I'll never be able to answer that question, but I have a very sneaking suspicion that the dark red liquid that struck my friend in the face was some sort of blood. I'm part of an all-female roller derby league. I would wake up at 6 and practice skating on the local basketball court for about 40 minutes. Then I'd hit the gym. Then I'd meet up with my team around 8 or so. To be a champion at this sport, you have to be more than just fast. You have to be made of stone, and you have to be prepared to knock somebody down at a moment's notice. I've been with my team, the Flying Banshees, for about 3 years now. We were at a match against our most hated opponents. It was at this incredibly old and run-down roller rink as well. As we were tearing around the court, the lights would often flicker a bit on and off, almost like strobe lights. Add in the occasional trickle of water from the leaking roof above, and it was by far the most dangerous course we had ever skated on. We really should have called off the match before it even started, but we hadn't driven 3 hours out there just to quit. Normally, before we'd even start skating, there was a coordinator who would check us over to make sure we were not carrying anything dangerous or illegal on our persons. It sounds ridiculous, but it's no joke. I even recall one time someone had hid some razor blades in their elbow pads. Apparently this day, no one had checked the other team though, because halfway through the match, as I'm flying around the rink trying to score some points on the board, I accidentally smashed right into a girl on the opposing team. She hit the ground real hard. I didn't hear the whistle though, so I kept right on going. You don't get into a sport like this without eating some floor sometimes. Heck, I myself have been flattened more than a few times by now. I always get right back up though and get right back into the game. As I was coming back around the track, I noticed the girl was standing back up and leaning against the barrier wall. Only she was staring at me with pure hatred in her eyes. Just as I was about to pass her by, I saw her pull something out from underneath her shirt. I raised both hands up instinctively because the lights had flickered. When they came back on in a brief moment, I saw a pocket knife being shoved through the palm of my hand. The momentum threw me off, and I just stared in disbelief. The pain hit me like a punch to the gut, and I went down hard. To make a long story short, I was rushed to the emergency room, and the girl was arrested for assault with a deadly weapon. Turns out it wasn't even her first offense. My hand was bandaged up. I was the first one to show at our next practice, with that big old brace on my arm. My teammates actually took to calling me the Claw, so I guess at least I got a pretty cool nickname out of it. One thing that still bothers me though, and sometimes I can't help but dwell on, if those lights hadn't flickered in that exact moment when they did, she might have planted that knife somewhere far worse than my hand. Back in the late 90s, my parents used to run a local skating rink in the small town I grew up in. There wasn't very much to do around that town, so most of the time my friends and I would hang out there at the rink. We weren't exactly the rebellious type, so we didn't do anything like go out back and smoke cigarettes or anything like that. We were all just about having fun skating. Since my parents both had day jobs, the rink would only be open between Thursdays and Sundays, which meant Monday through Wednesday I had the place all to myself. They would often have me meet them there after school, and I would either do my homework at one of the tables or throw on a pair of skates and roll around. They would then take care of the business stuff in the back. One rainy afternoon in February, when the rink was decorated all over with pink and red hearts for Valentine's Day, my mom and I stopped off there after she picked me up from school. I didn't have any homework to do that night, luckily, so I had the freedom to roll around all I wanted while my mom took care of some paperwork in the back office. As I was out on the skating floor, doing laps while the Bee Gees were playing over the PA system, I noticed what looked like the silhouette of a person ducking behind one of the barricades. The lighting wasn't very good though, since the place was technically closed right now. Only about half of the overhead lights were on. I was used to skating in the semi-darkness, but I would be lying to you if I said it was completely safe. There were lots of isolated spots where you couldn't really see just beyond the barricade. Being a dumb kid, I ignored that possibility of a creepy figure crouching in the darkness and just kept on skating. A few minutes later, I'd made it to the far side of the rink to step off the skate floor when all of a sudden an arm shot out from behind the barricade and grabbed my face. A hand wrapped around my mouth and covered my eyes. Seconds later, I felt another arm wrap around my neck in a chokehold. My skates were jerked out from beneath me as I was being dragged away sideways. My legs were dragging behind me. I couldn't regain my balance because the wheels of the skates kept sliding around beneath me. Had the intruder continued to simply drag me away, I probably would not have been able to escape from their grip. For whatever reason, though, they decided to try and lift me up off the ground, maybe to get a better grip on me. My feet left the floor and were no longer sliding. I took advantage of that moment to try and kick the guy as hard as I could. My skates connected right with the middle of his shin. The man cursed and stopped in his tracks. I kicked him over and over again until he released me. By some miracle, I landed on my skates well enough to skate away like a bird flying across the skate floor to the other side of the rink. I glanced behind me to see the figure exiting out the back door, holding his leg in pain with a limp. A minute or so later, I explained to my mom through a river of tears what had just happened. She immediately locked down the building and called the police. To make a long story short, the cops never found who the would-be kidnapper was. I couldn't give a very clear description of him because it all took place in one of the dark areas of the rink. Needless to say, this put a stop to my after-school skating sessions for a while. After the incident, we made it a point to check the place more often and make sure all the doors were locked and secured. About 5 years later, my parents ended up selling the roller rink. It was just too much for them to handle on top of already having full-time jobs. People always ask me why I didn't bite or scream or fight back. Well, in that moment, I was honestly so shocked. For the few seconds it took, I didn't even know how to react. I'm glad I had the clarity of mind to kick out when I did, or else who knows what might have become of me. Despite the terrible experience, though, I hated watching the place being torn down. After it was sold, they tore it down to make way for a new subdivision or something. That's always stuck with me over the years. Something that I was too young to realize at the time was that the kidnapper must have known that I sometimes skated in that rink alone. I sometimes wonder, how many times was I ice skating by myself, completely unaware that someone was watching me from the shadows? My twin sister and I rent a small house at the end of a cul-de-sac. Beyond the tree line in our backyard is a chain-link fence, and behind that fence is a closed-down Toys R Us store. Now, I don't recommend anyone else try this, as it's technically trespassing, but ours is a unique situation. We couldn't resist taking advantage of it. When big franchise stores go out of business, they liquidate all their stock. Most of it gets heavily discounted for the sake of clearing the shelves, while some of the nicer stuff gets packed up and shipped off to warehouses, where I'm sure they'll be sold online or something. Quite a bit of it, though, is just junked away. My sister and I would just watch as employees would exit out the back and dump load after load of merchandise into the dumpsters. Keep in mind, none of this is great quality stuff. In fact, it's mostly cheap shit, but the way I see it, once it's in the dumpster, it's trash, and it's free because of that. After business hours, my sister and I would wheel our rolling suitcase back through the trees and sneak through the opening. We'd go through the fence and go dumpster diving. We found a few neat things over time too, mostly posters or displays for video games. Some cheap action figures and dolls every now and then, a few board games and damaged boxes. We would collect it all the same, put it all in our little suitcases and head back home. Now, given that we're in our 20s, we knew we shouldn't have been doing this at our age, but we couldn't resist saving all this cool stuff. I mean, it was just gonna rot away in the landfill anyway. Most of it we actually kept, and some of it we even gave away to friends. We didn't resell any of it online or anything. After we'd gone dumpster diving about 7 or 8 times, I was getting pretty tired of it. There was always actual trash in the dumpster as well that we would have to sort through, including old food. Once I even had flies buzz right into my mouth. Needless to say, I was ready to call it quits on this whole thing. But my sister pressured me into doing it one last time. Normally, we would go at dusk and stay for about 20 minutes or so, then leave. We didn't like going after nightfall, because then we would need flashlights, and that would draw too much attention to ourselves. The final time we went was already after dark though, mostly because I'd procrastinated quite a bit. I really didn't want to go. When my sister and I slipped into the opening in the fence, I handed her one of those tiny keychain flashlights and told her to keep it handy while she looked around. She hopped into the dumpster and started digging through all the junk. I recall it was mostly just shelving at this point. A few of those plastic displays for posters were left as well. I was casually pacing back and forth watching the area around us and taking the stuff she handed to me. I tossed it into a bag. For the record, neither of us had been drinking. We weren't carrying any weapons, and we weren't acting obnoxious or drawing attention to ourselves either. In fact, we were barely talking. Yeah, we were trespassing, but that alone isn't enough of a crime for what was about to come. After about 10 minutes or so, I told my sister it was time to go. She was making way too much noise shifting around all those shelves. I was worried we were going to be caught. I was zipping up the bag when I heard the chain link fence rattle back around where the opening was. Now, in retrospect, this may have had nothing to do with what was about to happen, but a part of me still thinks it was connected. I didn't have a flashlight myself, so I couldn't check the area to investigate. I had entered that fence, though, often enough to know exactly what it sounded like when someone passed through. I started tapping the side of the dumpster, telling my sister to hurry the hell up. She pulled out a cracked Iron Man mask and handed it to me, then began to crawl out of the dumpster. Right as her feet touched the pavement, the lid of the dumpster swung down hard and slammed itself right on her fingers. The sound of the lid falling that hard was like a bomb going off. I jumped about a foot into the air, and my sister cried out in pain and started cursing. Next thing we knew, there was what sounded like a war cry coming from behind the dumpster. A man stepped out from behind, clearly having closed the lid himself. He stepped out swinging and swung one of those retractable nightsticks right at my head. It was pure luck that I chose to step backward in that moment and barely dodged the blow. The baton made a loud clanging against the dumpster. The man screamed like a madman and swung at me again. I yelled for my sister to run. We abandoned the full suitcase and sprinted toward the front of the building. The man was still chasing after us, screaming in a language we couldn't understand. He was right on our heels at first, but my sister and I were both in pretty good shape, so after a while we left the guy in the dust. Fortunately, we were both in our sneakers that night. As the man fell further behind, he hurled his baton at us. It clattered across the pavement to my right, but we kept on running. Once around the front of the building, we began sprinting to the road. The guy turned the corner after us and slammed right into one of those freestanding cement poles that are normally located by the entrance to prevent cars from driving through the doors. I glanced over my shoulder, only to see him hit the ground and immediately pop right back up like he'd barely felt it. We kept on running. We made it to the intersection, and I shoved my sister in the direction of the house. I told her to keep running. This is the part that blows my mind. Not only was the man still chasing us, but he was still screaming at the top of his lungs. Now he pulled out a stun gun, which was buzzing loudly in the air as he ran. I neglected to mention this earlier, but this man was clearly not a security guard either. He was not wearing a uniform and was completely out of his mind. I yelled at someone who was idling at the stoplight to call the cops, then took off in the opposite direction. Fortunately, after I crossed the road and ran down a few back alleys, I ended up losing the man. I could still hear him screaming though. I doubled back as I watched him run in between parked cars up and down the street, clearly furious he had lost us. I kid you not, he then set one of his own sleeves on fire. I cut back around a gas station and made it for home. I heard the sirens approaching in the distance. When I got home, I discovered my sister was already safe, although one of her fingers were broken, and she ended up losing 2 of her fingernails as well thanks to the dumpster lid. I know the story might seem somewhat comical now looking back at it, but as it was happening, it was terrifying. It was just so surreal. This guy wearing a hoodie and jeans just came out of nowhere caked in sweat. He was clearly not a security guard or anything. He didn't even announce himself before attacking us. He just immediately started swinging away. I have a horrible gut feeling that he may have killed us had we chosen not to run immediately. My best guess is he was some random homeless guy with some serious mental issues. I don't know what ever happened to him, but needless to say, my dumpster diving days are very much over. So, the other night, my friends and I were walking to the movies at around 9 p.m. As we were heading through the plaza where the theater was located, I decided to stop and have a quick smoke in front of the empty storefront that used to be a Toys R Us. My friends all paused to wait for me and pulled out their phones while I leisurely peered through the window into the darkened store. I noticed the front doors were locked with chains on the outside. It was a bit weird how they were secured like that from outdoors where someone could easily break the lock and go inside. As I looked past my own reflection and let my eyes wander down the rows of empty shelves, I noticed a faint glimmer of light from down one of the aisles. I moved a few steps over and tried to get a better look at what this could be. When I noticed it again, I realized it wasn't a source of light in itself. It was a reflection of 2 points of light. This reflection was staring back at me, and I realized it was the light reflecting off someone's eyes from deep in the back of the store. I spoke aloud, "What?" No way! I pressed my hands up against the side of my face to get a better view, while my friends all asked me what was happening. The eyes shifted, marking the person was turning around. They vanished only for a second though, before reappearing in a new spot a few feet away. I knocked on the window and called out, "Hey, there's someone in there trying to freak me out or something." As soon as I said that, something large struck the window from inside the store. I leapt back in surprise. A large metal bracket had just been thrown against the window from somewhere in the store. My friends all saw it too, and immediately rushed over. I continued to retreat backwards. In that split second after the bracket struck the window, I thought I saw the eyes shift again, and I could barely make out a shadowy figure crawling across another aisle. They were not walking either. They were crawling on all fours like some sort of animal. Whatever I was witnessing was either a severely deranged human being or some sort of unknown creature. My friends started recording the inside of their store on their phones, but none of them could capture anything. It was just too dark beyond the window. I dropped my cigarette and immediately started walking away. Even if this was some prank, I was done with all that shit. We saw the movie as we intended and walked home using a different route without passing by that store again. I'm gonna be honest, after the movie I pretty much forgot all about the encounter until recently. I guess when something strange like that happens to you, your subconscious just kinda swallows it up and chooses to overlook it. You know, it just kinda doesn't make any sense. Can't really be categorized since you don't know what it was all about, so you just kinda don't reflect on it. I did some research and apparently that building is going to be demolished next month. I'm part of an exclusive girls-only paintball club. Normally, we meet about 8 or 10 times during the summer months to battle in designated paintball areas. On one occasion during the off months though, we chose an isolated private location to meet instead. When the economy crashed back in 2008, my neighboring town went to complete shit, and most of its residents took off. Because of this, there was an abandoned shopping plaza that was hidden behind a small section of woods. This area used to house a Toys R Us, a Kmart, and even a Goodwill before the whole thing was shut down. It had been deserted so long that 6-inch grass was growing up in between the cracks in the parking lot. Of course, there were chains and fences blocking off the property, but after scoping it out a bit, my girlfriends and I concluded it wasn't being actively monitored, and security wasn't making regular stops either. We decided to turn it into our personal battlefield. We broke open a few doors so we could run through the abandoned stores and make it more fun. Plenty of fixtures and shelving had been left abandoned. We dragged some of it out to the parking lot to use as obstacles for cover. We spent most of our Sunday afternoon there, paintballing and recoloring the whole place with splotches of red and blue everywhere. We were enjoying ourselves quite a lot actually, until we heard over the radio an emergency notice to stand down. Apparently, someone had been injured. We all gathered in what used to be the Toys R Us stockroom and discovered that one of our friends had fallen down a hidden shaft that had been hidden underneath a tarp lying on the floor. It was about an 8-foot drop and was only accessible by a ladder. It led down into some kind of a basement area. Our friend was bruised and shaken, but she would be just fine. A few of us helped her climb out, but myself and 3 others took flashlights down into that section of the basement. We soon discovered something very unnerving at the very end. There was a row of iron shackles bolted into the wall. There were scratch marks on the floor and wall too, and what looked to be long dried blood. It almost resembled some kind of torture chamber. A feeling of dread overwhelmed me. I can't quite explain it, but have you ever been to a place where you could just tell something terrible had happened there before? The iron chains didn't appear to be that old either. One of my friends approached the scratch marks on the wall and indicated to us that they appeared to be fresh as well. We gathered up our crew and left, making sure to take everything with us that may leave clues as to who we were. We anonymously reported our findings to the police, and we never returned to that property again. For some context, I was 19 years old and had just moved to Agen to start my first year of higher education. It was Sunday towards the end of September 2015, I believe. It was already very dark in the evening, almost pitch black. I was returning after spending a weekend away celebrating a friend's birthday. I had chosen to take a late train in the evening to return to Agen in order to most enjoy the afternoon with my girlfriends. I had just arrived at the station around 9:50 p.m. and I still had to walk about 30 minutes to get home. Being relatively new to the area, it was the first time I'd ever crossed the town in the middle of the night. But in my entire life, I had never had a problem before, so I was neither worried nor afraid to walk home alone, not even in the middle of the night. Anyway, onto the story itself. As I left the station, I saw a small group of men smoking in front of it. I didn't really pay much attention to them. I put in my headphones, put on my music, and started moving toward my home. The only route I knew to get home at that time was basically a long straight line, then turn left at a park and another long straight line. Extremely simple. I was still in the first straight, head in the clouds. The lighting was still good in this area, but I could see that a bit further up it started to dissipate into nothing. I hadn't planned for this, but at the moment it wasn't a problem for me. Then though is when I noticed that someone was seemingly walking behind me. He was wearing a dark gray sweater with the hood completely over his head. Well, this guy was probably just going home too. 15 minutes later into the walk though, this guy was still right behind me. The lighting had gradually faded, and I started to feel that something was wrong here. The stress started to build up inside me. I tried to ignore it, and stupidly started turning up the volume on my phone to focus on the music I was listening to, and try not to pay attention to this person. Near the turn I was supposed to make, the lighting was basically non-existent. I was starting to get really anxious, because the guy was still walking behind me. I started to speed up even faster. I had the choice of either crossing the park or going around it. Thinking the worst, I told myself I had better stay on the sidewalk to walk past all the houses in the city center, just in case there would have been people nearby to hear or see something in the worst situation. Out of fear for my safety, I decided to bypass this park. He decided to cut through the park, which gave him a little distance on me. Despite the darkness, I could see his silhouette in the park. I could see him turning around every few seconds to note where I was. I walked even faster to gain more distance. The more I saw him advance, the more I had the feeling he was going to end up cutting me off at the exit of the park. I managed to get some distance on him when my speed increased though. I was very scared. There was now no light at all. It was extremely dark. I didn't dare to run or turn around. I was afraid he would really start chasing me then, and he would easily catch up with me. I was afraid to see how far away he was, and for him to see my fear. I wanted to remain discreet, but the anxiety was so strong I started to cry. I did everything I could not to make any noise though, so at least he wouldn't hear that I was crying. The idea of him seeing this vulnerability scared me even more. I was afraid it would excite him or give him more power and strength, and that would paralyze me even more. It was a long 5 minutes as he followed me, both of us completely in the dark. The more I walked, the more I began to realize we were both going in the direction of my house. I had to think about where to go, but there was no other way I knew. The next crossroads was still far away too. The ball in my stomach was getting heavier and heavier. I was starting to have quite a stitch in my side as well. Arriving at the crossroads, I crossed without even looking to see if cars were coming. I just went for it. The street up ahead was a little brighter, but it was still very quiet. No people, no cars. I wanted to go into a random apartment or house, any one, and pretend it was my home. maybe I could ask for some help. At the end of the intersection, I saw another man, in his 40s or so. He was making big gestures for me to stop. I was so afraid I tried to ignore him. I thought maybe they were together. As I passed him though, he started walking alongside me and continued to gesture to me. As I looked closer, I saw he was gesturing for me to take my earbuds out, so that's what I did. The gentleman in his 40s then said to me, "Miss, I passed you with my wife and son further down. There's been a man following you since earlier. I followed you to make sure that everything would be fine, but I saw him start running after you, so I started running too to warn you. Come on, this side of the sidewalk. I'll walk with you. Don't worry." I immediately saw that he was somewhat afraid too. Without asking myself any questions, I walked very close to him and broke down in tears. He tried to reassure me, but I just couldn't calm down. I was shaking all over. Now that this gentleman was beside me, the man who had been following me the whole time, who was still there, watched us and then decided to leave. It was the first time I'd seen him so clearly. The gentleman who joined me explained that he had a tobacco shop in the street opposite the station, and they were just closing when I passed by. When he saw this suspicious guy, he became convinced the man was following me and meant to harm me. We sat on the sidewalk together for almost 30 minutes while I came to my senses. Then he even kindly walked me home. I guess the gentleman had thought that I hadn't noticed the guy was following me. He told me later that in the part where it got completely dark, the man had started running and was actually really close to me. The gentleman started shouting at him, and the guy following me suddenly slowed down. He was certainly going to do something, but knowing the gentleman was nearby dissuaded him from trying. For my part, I was in front and much too scared to turn around, so I hadn't noticed any of that. I remained convinced that gentleman saved my life that night. Hello everyone, my name is Lisa, and I thought I could share something that happened to me. In November of 2021, it was my best friend's 20th birthday. She decided to have a party, but since she lives in an apartment with her mother, she rented out a house in the countryside, about 40 minutes by highway from our big city. She set up everything on her own. The long-awaited day finally arrived, and as usual, she was extremely late. We decided to go and collect the keys with her mother, and a friend of my friend would come and pick her up later. Despite some difficulties, we managed to find the house, which was actually really lost in between a bunch of overgrowth, especially since it was foggy and super cold. We met the owner, who gave us the keys and showed us around. The house was super huge. On the ground floor, the living room, the dining room, the kitchen, a bathroom, a bedroom, and the entrance, with a staircase which went up to where there were 3 other bedrooms and another bathroom. I decided to put my things in the bedroom on the ground floor. The owner explained to us that she'd lived in the house with her family before, and they had a newer house not far from this one. We wondered what my BFF was doing. They were quite late now. We were just starting to set up the decor and everything. Eventually, the 2 arrived, and my friend told us that all the other guests had either canceled or were refusing to respond. That meant there were just the 3 of us, with me who was particularly tired already because of health problems. My BFF's mother was leaving too. We got together, some music, alcohol, chips, etc. I was starting to have a really bad headache though. I told myself that shit must be going down in my head, so we decided to open the window at the end of the room we were in. Get some fresh air going. Time passed by and we started to get a bit hungry. The 2 of us had spotted a KFC near the highway exit, about 20 minutes away. We decided to have that and order someone to come deliver it here, except we realized that no delivery service would come to our area. I was not feeling very well, so I was staying home and going to rest a little, and they were going to go out and get the food. Before settling down, I wanted to take off my makeup and change. I took all my clothes to the bedroom on the ground floor. I got my friend's makeup remover in one of the rooms upstairs. I took off my makeup in the upstairs bathroom. All of a sudden, though, I began to hear noises from downstairs. Maybe it was my friends. Perhaps they'd forgotten something down there. I called out their names, but there was no answer. I told myself in my head, "Come on, girl, you're being paranoid. It's an old house." I go back downstairs and decide to quickly tidy up the living room so it will be clean when they get back. I had a cold shiver, and I realized the window was still open. I got closer to close it, only to see the latch that was supposed to keep it closed was gone. That was a huge discomfort. I felt a little inner panic. I tried to reassure myself again. Things aren't going well in your life, you're tired, shit must be making you hallucinate or become paranoid or something. I closed it. Despite myself, I still had this indescribable feeling. I couldn't figure out what it was though, so I tried to act as if nothing was happening. I hummed music in the living room and went to the kitchen to grab a knife. You never know still. I tried to send a message to my friends, but I saw my message had not been sent because there was no network signal. I tried via Snap, Insta, everything. Nothing would go through. I was on edge now. At this point, I decided I was going to explore the house and pretend I was taking snapshots of it to my friends so it didn't seem suspicious. To this day, I don't know why that thought came to me. I did the whole house though, and didn't find anything. I told myself detective series I'd been watching must have really rubbed off on me or something. I put the knife back in the kitchen and decided to go relax. I laughed at myself a bit. I did see that things were quite a mess around here, but that was probably just us messing everything up earlier. I decided to clean up a bit. I saw my deodorant, so I put it on as well. After that, I put it on the floor next to my bed. I didn't feel like bringing it back to the bathroom, and there was no bedside table. I turned off the light and put my phone down as well. I was so tired. I closed my eyes and tried to fall asleep. I had that ultra-calm long breathing like when you're asleep, except I couldn't seem to sleep at all. Not very long later, I began to hear little noises from under the bed as well, as if someone was tapping on the box spring to see if I'd react or not. I was paralyzed with fear. I didn't know what to do. It was almost like dissociation for me. My mind was so terrified my body started doing things all on its own. It seems stupid, but I don't know how to explain it otherwise. It's like I didn't tell my body to do anything. It just did stuff all on its own. I heard these intense rubbing noises. It sounded like something was coming out from underneath the bed. I felt a presence right next to me, but I couldn't do anything. I was about to vomit because I was so scared. I wanted to cry, but my body remained stoic and didn't move an inch. In this moment, it seemed like an eternity to me. I could feel something moving. I felt the mattress lower on the side, as if someone were putting their knee down on it. Whoever this was got closer to me. In my head, I said to myself, "This is it. It's over." I wanted to scream. From who knows where, the man got closer and closer, creeping over me. My hand suddenly grabbed the deodorant from the floor. It's crazy. It was almost like a split-second instinct. My hand had the deodorant in tow, but the rest of my body was frozen. It felt like I was suffocating. The man got closer, to the point I could feel his hot breath on my neck. It was the worst feeling I've ever felt in my entire life. I don't know how this all happened, but in a handful of seconds, somehow I managed to shove the deodorant into his eyes. The man screamed and stepped back, and I continued to spray the spray-on deodorant into his face. 2 seconds later, I was running down the hall and locking myself in the bathroom with the crappy, tiny latch. He began banging on the door, shouting as he tried to break the lock. I don't know what to say, except it's as if I had two memories, the memory of my brain and the memory of my body. My mind wanted to scream with all its might, call for help, to cry and hide, but my body continued to move by itself. I opened a small window of the bathroom and tried to climb outside. I started running with all my strength to the vineyards once I'd made it through the dark and the fog. I remember thinking to myself, this is almost like an old horror movie where they run out through the cornfield. I could hear the man chasing far behind me, but I didn't dare to turn around. I ran and ran and ran without stopping. I didn't even think about taking my phone with me. I just ran. I arrived at a house with no lights on. I wanted to call for help, but nothing would come out. I began searching around for a place to hide. I knew I wouldn't be able to run for 50 years trying to outpace the guy, and I knew he was not far away. I had to hurry. I saw some sort of old compost bin, so I opened it and jumped inside. I tried to calm my breathing. I could hear the man coming. I told myself that my friends would surely arrive soon. I tried to remember all the information I could. The name of the town, my name, the guy's height, the guy's weight, what he was wearing, what happened. I could hear his footsteps nearby. I decided to try and not make any noise. What followed was the longest several minutes of my life. Fortunately, not long later, I heard sirens coming down the street. Then the guy screamed. Even today, I remember exactly the intonation of his cries. I continued to not make any noises. I didn't know what was going on outside. I could hear shouting and yelling, a scuffle even. I told myself it was not over yet. I couldn't be sure it was over until the cops got me. I could hear even more screaming, then footsteps coming closer to me. Now I heard people calling out my name. I couldn't move. Someone opened the door above me. It was a cop telling me it was going to be okay. Nothing came out of my mouth. I couldn't cry or say a word. It was only when my BFF came and hugged me that everything settled down. I collapsed on the ground and cried my eyes out. It was horrible. The police were able to take my testimony the next day at the hospital, then gave me the story of what actually happened. Apparently, this guy was watching the house the whole time. He saw my friends all leave, so he decided to take his chance. He entered the house via the living room window. Then he went into the downstairs bathroom and stole my underwear. He meditated on it and then climbed under the bed. He admitted that his basic goal was to rape me. After I ran away, he was so angry that he wanted to kill me as well. We learned the guy in question was the son of the owner. He knew the house well since he had lived there, and he knew there were a bunch of 20-year-old girls there. He had already been convicted of assault on a minor and received a suspended sentence for another rape he had committed. Today, I'm feeling far better. I share this story as a part of my therapy, also to raise awareness about following your instincts. Also, to express my frustration at the fact that this man was already well known to the police. I'm not calling into question the police that worked on my case though, just the systematic problem as a whole. I'm lucky to still be alive. Now I'm hyper-vigilant all the time. I can hear the screams regularly in the nights when I'm asleep, and I can no longer tolerate kisses on my neck or feeling someone's breath upon me, whereas I loved it before. It's a very serious thing. My name is Elena. I'm 28 years old and I live in Belgium. At the time of this incident, I was 18 years old. A friend had invited me to a party. I didn't really want to go because I didn't know anyone except for her, and it was an entire hour's drive away from my home. In the end, though, I ended up going anyway. The evening actually went pretty great. We had a lot of fun, and I stayed sober because I had to drive home later. My friend, though, was completely smashed out drunk. After making sure that her roommate would bring her home safely, I finally got to go home around 4 a.m. I got back into my car all alone. It was an old 98 car that I had bought with my student job salary. The evening had taken place at a distillery in a small country road not lit at all. I was parked quite far away as well. I was already not too reassured as I walked toward my car. I quickened my pace even further though, once I heard leaves crunching behind me. I arrived at my car and went to open the door with the key, since it was an old car, only to realize it was no longer locked. I had first sure locked it on the way out to the party, but at least nothing had been stolen. I sat down and turned to the right to put my bag on the passenger seat, only to see out of the corner of my eye, legs in the back seat. I turned around and discovered someone back there. A girl, just lying in my back seat. Terrified, I began to yell at her, asking what the hell she was doing hiding in my car. She jumped up and started to cry. She apologized and explained to me she'd come here alone by train to join her friends at this party. She had been drinking so much, though, that she missed the last train home, and she didn't know how to get back by herself. She walked over to the first open car and decided to sleep it out there. I was a little angry, but I felt bad for shouting at her. It really felt like she was in some real distress. I told myself she was just a lonely girl who wanted to go home, like me in the end. I felt really sorry for her, so I offered to take her home. I asked her where she lived, and she told me the name of a town right next to mine. I told her I would take her back, since it was not very far away from my house. I then invited her to come and sit up front for the ride. I set off, and so as to not leave any awkward blank space, I tried to make a little small talk with her. Gradually, though, as we talked more, our story started to contradict itself, and I didn't feel comfortable anymore. We were still driving on this dark country road, but we'd come to a part that was well lit. While driving in the lights, I noticed that this person's legs were really hairy and very bulky as well, almost like a man's legs. Then I looked down at their hands and saw that they were those of a man as well. In that moment, I understood. This was a man disguised as a woman, and I hadn't noticed in the darkness. My blood ran cold. I didn't know what to do, so I followed my instinct. I told myself if I started to panic and just yelled at him, "You're a guy," or something, he would become aggressive, and that's the last thing I wanted. I was all alone in the middle of the countryside, far from home, with a guy pretending to be a woman. I had no idea why either. I followed my instincts and decided to fake a small accident so neither of us would get hurt, but I still had an excuse to call the police. I drove us into a small ditch. We got out of the car and I pretended to be in shock that I'd lost control of the car. I said I was going to call the police now because the car was damaged. He told me there was no need. He would call someone who didn't live far away and would come by and help us. I dialed the police anyway, though. Thank God they answered me directly. When he saw I was now talking to the police, he just ran away into the middle of nowhere. Now I was alone with my car wrecked. I was terrified. I burst into tears and explained everything to the policewoman on the line. She told me a team was not very far away and they would arrive soon. A good 5 minutes later, the police arrived. I was hiding behind my car, completely afraid the man would re-emerge from where I'd seen him running away into the darkness. I explained everything to them, describing the appearance of the man in question while they searched my vehicle. They opened the trunk while I was talking to an officer, and then my face fell. There was a shovel as well as a bunch of items to tie someone up in there. Obviously, I'd not had those in my trunk before. The sick man had planned to bury me in the middle of nowhere. The police took me home and explained to me I was very lucky. I never knew who the man was, and I never saw him again either. Clearly, though, that evening I escaped death. I asked myself 1,001 questions. He gave me the name of a small town next to mine, so how did he know where I lived? He got into my car, a single girl's car. How did he know it was that, though? Had he been following me the whole time? When he said he was going to call someone, did he have an accomplice? Since he ran off into the middle of nowhere, why didn't the police ever find him? Even today, 10 years later, I still have anxiety just thinking about it. I have a phobia of going home alone, and I never let my friends go home alone either. I'm traumatized for life now. Let me start off by saying I'm a female, and I'm not a typical mail carrier. I was hired specifically to deliver mail in the rural areas of town I live close to. I don't walk door to door like most mail carriers you see. I usually have to drive to each mailbox individually. Out here in the country, they can be quite far and few between. Although every once in a while, I do have to leave the truck and carry the package directly to someone's door, usually because their mailbox has been so overgrown with weeds it's rusted shut or something. Or in some cases, they simply don't even have one anymore. Something creepy happened on my third day of work though. I had parked my truck and started walking a long driveway to deliver mail to a house whose mailbox had been completely surrounded by weeds and spider webs. It was raining and I couldn't see very well because of this. My glasses were fogging up as I walked. All of a sudden, I tripped on something and landed in a puddle. I couldn't believe that just happened. I was now completely soaked. I scrambled to my feet and looked around to see what I had just tripped on. I couldn't see anything though. I was confused and pissed off now. I bent down to pick up the mail I had dropped, which was now also soaked. After gathering all of it up, I started to jog over to the front door. I rang the doorbell and slid the mail in through the slot. I turned around and started heading back down the long driveway. I was jogging, trying to get back to my warm truck as fast as I could. As I got closer though, I saw a man was standing by the front of my truck. When he saw that I'd noticed him, he ducked behind it, almost like a child would when trying to hide from an adult. Right after that, I heard a noise come from behind me. I turned around. Now there were two men standing on the porch, watching me. The male was sitting at their feet. The way they were just standing there watching me leave was so creepy. I made it back to my truck and walked around it. The man that had been hiding earlier was nowhere to be seen now. I didn't feel very safe, needless to say. I jumped inside my truck and locked the door. I drove away from there as fast as possible. I was freezing cold for the rest of the day due to falling into that stupid puddle earlier. The next day, I pulled up to the same house. It wasn't raining anymore, and I could see more clearly. As I began to walk the driveway, I stopped when I noticed a long, thin wire stretching across right before the big puddle I'd fallen into the day before. I couldn't believe my eyes. Then I noticed a person crouched down behind the bushes, right next to the puddle. I immediately turned around and started walking back to my truck. When I got there, I jumped inside and locked the door. I started to drive away. As I did this, I looked back up the driveway and saw the man standing up now next to the puddle. The same two men who'd been staring at me earlier were standing on the front porch again, too. I had an argument with my boss later about switching routes permanently. I didn't want to be close to that house ever again. Eventually he did agree, and I never did go back there again, nor did I ever hear about anyone else having trouble delivering mail to that house. I was a pizza delivery girl when I was younger, and this night I was delivering to a house I had never been to before. I went up to the front door and nobody answered when I rang the doorbell. Nobody answered at all. I returned to my car to take the pizza back and get my next delivery. At some point during my drive back though, I glanced into my rearview mirror, only to notice a person sitting in my back seat. I swerved my car and slammed right into another car that was parked nearby. I stopped the brakes while screaming. I jumped out of the car as quickly as I could, and the person in the back just started laughing at my fear. I ran into the street and stopped a nearby car to try and get help. The person in the back seat must have been very ill in the head or something. They didn't even try to hurt me or get out of the car to follow me. But when the police pulled them from my vehicle, they found the person had a small pocket knife clutched in their hand the entire time. When I was little, I spent a lot of time at the park. My mom was a stay-at-home mom, and she would often take me and my friends there almost every day during the summer. If we were lucky, she would buy us each something from the ice cream truck as well. This was one of those lucky days. This story takes place when I was 6 or 7 years old. My mom had taken me and 3 other girls from the neighborhood to play at the park. It was a sunny, warm, and pretty much absolutely ideal day. the kind you might see in movies or something. Everyone was in a very good mood, my mom included. When we heard the ice cream truck approaching, she gave us all some money to go buy some treats, opting to hang back for a moment and chat with her friend. After all, we weren't going to be leaving her sight anyway, so it's not like anything bad could happen. As we approached, I noticed the ice cream truck wasn't the same one we usually saw. That wasn't unheard of though. There were always quite a few different ice cream trucks driving around town. They would all kind of compete to hit the park crowd, so it was to be expected. This one looked kind of run down though. When you're 7, that doesn't really matter. Ice cream is ice cream all the same. My friends and I raced to get in line, and were delighted to be the first ones there. The ice cream man seemed just as excited to see us too. "I have a special treat for you girls today," he told us as we handed him our money, silencing a request for our usual favorites. We were all skeptical, but he kept insisting his special treat was so much yummier than any ice cream we'd ever had before. We all shrugged and agreed. Like I said, ice cream is ice cream to young kids. The man disappeared into the back of the truck for a few minutes, and we could hear him giggling. Now I would find this a bit creepy, but at the time I actually thought it was kind of funny. A few minutes later, he handed us what looked to be ordinary ice cream sundaes. "I promise they're extra good. Don't waste any," he told us, giving us a wink. As we started walking back to my mom, the ice cream truck left immediately. I remember thinking something was pretty off about that. Usually trucks would stay around much longer, getting as much business from all the kids as they possibly could. That didn't stop me from eating the ice cream though. While I was eating, I noticed that something tasted off. Soon my friends were all complaining about how their ice cream tasted funny too. My mom had noticed how quickly the truck had left, so she insisted on tasting mine just to be safe. I'll never forget how quickly she marched us out of the park that day, or how horrified she looked at the time. I didn't understand why she was so upset back then. That was until years later. I was finally old enough for her to tell me the ice cream had tasted like enemies. The ice cream truck guy had baited into our sundaes. The real horror story, though, was realizing my mother recognized the taste of enemies right away. The police questioned my friends and I about the man in the truck, but none of us were able to give a good description at the time. I think they must have tested the DNA in the ice cream. I don't really remember much from the whole investigation though, because my mom shielded me from it. I do know, however, that they never caught the guy in the end. One year ago, I was sitting on my grandpa's bedside as he was passing away. I'd been very close to this man my entire life. I'm in my 30s now. As he was laying there asleep, I was on my phone when suddenly he turned towards me. He whispered in my ear, "Daniel, I need to tell you something." I told him okay, and then he proceeded to share with me the most shocking story I'd ever heard. He told me he'd brutally murdered his first wife and her son. I was in complete shock. I asked him how and why he had done this. He told me that one night he'd gotten extremely angry. He grabbed an old hammer from his garage and beat them to death. Hearing this completely blew my mind because he was the kindest man I have ever known. At least, I thought so before this. He told me that nobody ever found out it was him. He cleaned up all the blood himself and got rid of all the evidence too. I tried to act as normal as possible after hearing this. I had to leave the room to catch my breath. Shortly after, I sat down in the hospital hallway near his room and tried to think of what I should do. I eventually went back into his room and asked him if anybody else knew about what he had done. He told me that nobody did, but he was ready to come clean now. Only he didn't want to do it himself. He wanted me to tell everybody else for him. I got very upset at him. How could I do that? I told him I wouldn't. He got extremely emotional after I said this and began to cry. I left his hospital room and drove home. 3 days later, my father called me and told me he had passed away. I still hadn't told anybody about what he'd said, not even my own wife. Months later, I was helping my father and my uncle clean out some of my grandpa's things. That was when I noticed in the garage, hidden in the very back behind everything, was a little tool rack, and on this rack was a very old-looking hammer. It brought chills up my spine. I told my father and uncle about what he'd said that day. It took some long, convincing, and big arguments, but they eventually believed what I'd said. My father went to the authorities with the information. It's a very strange feeling to both miss a person you loved so much in your life, but equally hate them for what they left you with. I miss my grandpa every day, but he's the biggest coward I've ever known. I took the hammer to my house after. I often glance at it and wonder if that's the very same hammer he used to murder his wife and stepson. A few years ago, my ex-husband and I were eating at the mall with my 2-year-old daughter in tow. She was happily munching away on a cookie and watching Yo Gabba Gabba on my phone. All of a sudden, this old Japanese man, probably at least 70 years old, walked up to us and started commenting on how pretty she was. She had curly strawberry blonde hair and green eyes as well. Her skin was pretty pale. He went on to say how she looked so healthy. I said thank you. In my experience, old people seem to always love adorable kids, so I didn't freak out immediately. Then, though, he proceeded to stroke her cheek and run his hands through her hair. He talked about how he should take her to his office because he was a pediatrician. He would love to treat her. I picked her up from her high chair and held her in my lap so he couldn't touch her again. My ex-husband tried to politely shoo him away, but the guy just wouldn't take the hint. While I was holding her, he bent over me and ran his hands over her leg. He gave me this creepy smile. "It's okay, I'm a pediatrician." I scooted back, glaring. "Don't touch my kid." I stood up to start putting her in her stroller to leave. As we did so, the man followed us out to the car, asking if he could play with her. A few weeks passed by, and I went back to the very same mall. I once again had an encounter with this man. This time, though, my ex-husband was at work. I was in Sephora and picking up some makeup. I had my back turned for about 20 seconds, when all of a sudden I heard my daughter crying out for me. I turned around to see the old man had picked up my daughter. I got her back from the man and loudly told him to get the fuck away from my child. I rushed to get mall security, but when they came back to search for the man, he had already disappeared into nowhere. We never went back to that mall after. I used to work at a place which was required to be manned 24 hours a day. The reason being was that it handled sensitive documents and files. If somebody needed this information in the middle of the night, I would have to fetch it for them, or confirm that I had it otherwise. Security here is very tight. There are bars on the windows and multiple locked doors to get to where I am. And they would often give me work to do during the night as well, but they underestimated how quickly I could get it done. This meant that most nights I finished my work in like 30 minutes or so. The rest of the time I just pulled out my phone and played games, browsed Netflix, or searched on Reddit, since nobody else was in the building at night. I was very bored waiting for someone to need something. It was getting to the last third of my shift one night, when all of a sudden I heard a door close. I looked up to the security camera and saw someone walking down the hall toward my room. At first, I thought it was just someone coming in to work ridiculously early or something. I turned around in my chair and waited for this person to walk through the door so I could greet them. But nobody arrived. The hair started to rise on my back now. This wasn't a really big building at all, so I figured I'd at least find the guy wherever he was. I started checking all the offices and storage rooms, but I came up empty-handed. I did, however, note that a particular fire door had now shut when it had been open before. I went to try and rewind the camera, but I found the digital recording was password protected, and I didn't have the password at the moment. The whole thing freaked me out. The way the person was walking down the hallway, it was so determined, like they were lasered in on where I was. I sat with my spine tingling for the last couple of hours of my shift. Finally, people started to come in, and my replacement showed up as well. I told her what I'd seen. At this point, I figured I must have just imagined the whole thing. I was told to go home, and the manager and the girl who replaced me promised to look over the camera. After getting home, I called my manager and asked what they'd seen. They said that the video showed the fire door closing, but immediately after, it froze for about an hour. The only thing it recorded afterwards was me reopening the door. They never found the guy in the end. I will start off by saying that English is not my first language. Since I'm Dutch, it's a close second. Please forgive me for any errors. This happened to me when I was about 11 or 12 years old. In my country, it's normal for elementary schools to have soccer tournaments for the kids, mostly in the last 2 grades. I decided I was going to support the kids in my grade since we had a few good football players on the team. Obviously, I wanted them to win. I headed over there on my bike. As I'm heading over though, it started to rain really hard. For some reason, I guess being the introvert that I am, I decided I was going to hang out by myself at an intersection that was nearby the field where the tournament was being held. At least I could still see the game from there. All of a sudden though, a white van stopped right in front of me. The light had just turned red. I could see a guy who was about 30-ish, with blonde hair and a very friendly-looking face. He rolled his window down and called out to me. "Hey, you want me to take you to the intersection? It's raining pretty hard now." Apparently, he didn't want to see me get wet, which was bullshit because I was already soaked to the bone. Instantly, I got the gut feeling that something was off about this guy. I remember being really torn, though. One side of me was saying to just go with him. He seemed to mean well. The other side of me, though, was saying that something was definitely wrong here. I declined his offer, but he kept on pestering me. I kept declining and started to back away from his van. The light turned green and he simply said, "Okay then." He drove off. I thought that would be the last time I would see him. 5 to 8 minutes later, though, the same guy in the same white van stopped in front of me again. He rolled down his window once more and asked me if I was sure I didn't want a lift. He promised he was just going to drive me to the main intersection. I could even put my bike in the back of his van. This is when I really started to get worried. I said no thank you and started to ride toward the nearest gas station. There were a lot of people there. I was scared, so I waited for about 10 minutes at the gas station before I jumped back on my bike and went full speed toward the field. It seemed to me there were about 1,000 people there. I never saw the guy again after. To this day, I can still recall the guy's face. He seemed like he was acting friendly, so I'll never be able to 100% confirm if his intentions were right or wrong, but I could definitely tell something was off there, especially after he came around again. I wonder if he might have done this to other children, since he seemed a bit more perceptive than the usual creep and had a genuinely nice-seeming persona, not at all like the creepy old man you'd expect. Either way, I hope I don't see that guy ever again. Let me give some context for this briefly. I live in a city that's notorious for 24-hour service. Even for locals who aren't part of the downtown scene, certain amenities are usually open at all hours. This happened about 3 months ago. I hate studying in the afternoon, so I usually go to bed around 6 p.m. or so. Then I wake up at midnight to finish my work. There's this one cafe nearby that has 24 hours in my area. I usually drive down there to study before heading to school in the morning. So this one time I was studying when I realized I needed some colored pens and a large piece of paper for a project the next day. They sell these supplies at grocery stores where I live, so I found one that was nearby and drove over to pick up the stuff real quick. I'm generally pretty aware of my surroundings, so I made sure to park directly under a streetlight in front of the building. My car's windows are pretty tinted, and when the line shines directly on them from above, my visibility remains the same, while nobody else can really see inside. This became quite relevant in just a moment. Anyway, I go inside and do my thing. I'm holding my bags in one hand now, keeping the other with my keys free. After I paid, I started heading out. As I was walking out though, a white van pulled up right in front of where my car was parked and blocked my path to it. A little old lady inside rolled down the passenger window and called out to me. "Excuse me, we're tourists and we can't seem to find the main road back downtown. Could you perhaps come over and give us some directions, young lady?" I didn't stop walking though. I veered quickly in front of their car. "No, I'm sorry, I can't help you." Side note, my city is known for its downtown area. Universally almost, every road leads downtown. Downtown is the fucking lifeblood of the city. And little old ladies don't often visit in their white vans with blacked out windows. The whole thing was just giving off a real creepy vibe. I hurried over to my car and jumped inside. My car is pretty big. My father was an ER doctor and wouldn't let me get anything smaller than an SUV, citing height and weight as a primary safety feature. As I sat down, the van did not pull away though. It remained parked next to my car. I locked the doors immediately and glanced out my passenger side window. This gave me a side view of their car, and due to the height of my own angle, this served to provide just enough of a view through their window tint, which was effective enough to see inside. I saw that in the back seat, there was a man holding a knife. He was holding it up to his chest and appeared to be straining to see through my own windows. I pieced out of there pretty quickly and drove loops through the suburbs until I got to my school. It's nothing too exciting, I suppose, but it was pretty damn scary for me. So for a bit of background, I was 9 at the time and very naive. I was visiting my cousin who used to live in a small town with mostly farms and suburbs. All of us were pretty bored and decided to walk to the park about a mile away and play some baseball together. It was me, my older sister, my 5 guy cousins, and some of their friends. There were about 10 of us walking through the suburbs, so nothing too dangerous was going to happen. We got to the park and played for about an hour and a half. When I wanted to go back, no one else wanted to go though, so I had to go all by myself. I knew the way back well enough though, and it was only the suburbs, so I thought, what's the worst that can happen? While I was walking back though, just across the street, I saw an old man laying down on what I thought was his lawn. He appeared to be quite injured as well, and kept calling out for someone to help him. This man was about his mid-60s, and he looked like he really needed some help. I went over, but I still kept my distance just enough. About 5 feet away, the man kept saying the same thing over and over. I couldn't understand what he was saying though, so I kept on moving just a bit closer. All of a sudden, as I approached him, he shot up from where he was and grabbed my arm fiercely. I began screaming and thrashing as the man used his sudden strength to drag me to a nearby van. I was doing everything in my power to get away from him. Apparently, I was screaming so loud that the neighbors came outside once they saw the man was there. There were other people now coming out too. The man clearly hadn't expected this and let go of me. He ran back to his van and drove away. I didn't speak to anyone who tried to help. I just ran as fast as I could. When I got back to the outside of my house, I calmed down finally. I didn't tell my mother what happened because I didn't want me or my cousins to get in trouble. Obviously, that's an incredibly stupid thing to do in hindsight, but I was very young at the time. The story doesn't end there though. I came back the following year. We were all watching the news when there was a story about a man who was acting like he was in need of help. Once his victims were close enough, he would grab them and try to shove them into his van. Then he would attempt to rear them. This sounded eerily familiar to the events of the previous year. Then the old man's mugshot appeared. I was terrified. It was the exact same guy. I still didn't say anything though about the encounter. I still think about what could have happened to me that day if I hadn't shouted loud enough. I used to nanny full-time. One night, the parents asked me to stay late, almost overnight, so they could go out on a date together. I put all the kids down to bed and loaded up a movie. It was a movie the mom had suggested. It was a horror movie called The Babadook, I believe. Partway through this movie, I paused because I thought I heard the sound of the youngest child coming downstairs. She walked right up to me, looked me dead in the eyes and said, "Do you want to die?" Without hesitation, I told her to go back to bed. As soon as I hit the play button though, the little boy in the movie, about the same age as that girl that just walked up to me, asked the mother the exact same question. I thought that was a pretty freaky coincidence, but I chalked it up to maybe her seeing the movie already with her family. When her parents got home, I told her mother about what happened. She told me the child had never seen the movie. And apparently that's just something she does all the time when she's sleepwalking. I woke up one night in the middle of the night because my cat was crying at my bedroom door. He did this often when he would empty his water bowl to let me know that he needed more. It wasn't really a problem for me until this one night. I got out of bed and right outside my door my cat was waiting. I stood in the doorway for a second and waited for him to turn and start walking away ahead of me. He did so, and as I walked out of the hallway, I turned the corner to the left. Just out of my peripheral vision to my right though, I thought I saw someone standing by my back door. I was so tired and out of it in the moment, I didn't even realize what I'd actually just seen. Somebody was actually inside my house. That was until I entered the kitchen and it finally clicked. You can't even imagine how scary it was to see something like that in books and movies, let alone real life. It was an entirely different experience. I stood there in the kitchen trembling, trying to think of what I should do. I didn't want the person to know I'd seen them already. My eyes started to fill with tears. My husband was still in bed asleep, and to reach him I'd have to walk by that area again. I was sure if I did that, something bad would happen to me, but I didn't know what else to do. Somehow, I don't know how, I made a decision. I would turn the corner and pretend not to see them again. I counted to 5 and started walking. When I turned the corner though, I ran into the man standing right in front of my bedroom door. I screamed and fell backward. The man grabbed at me. My husband rushed out of the room and wrapped his arms around the man's throat. He threw him away from me. My husband said he didn't even hear anything before that, but I swear just before this, I heard a loud noise that sounded like an alarm or something. Thankfully, my husband was able to easily overpower the man, and I ran and grabbed my cell phone. I called 911 as the man was pinned to the ground the whole time. He just kept on saying, "I'll leave, honey, I'll just leave." When the police arrived, I had the front door already open. When they came inside, the crazy man started crying like a child, like uncontrollably. I've never seen anything like it. I've never really been the same since this all happened. It was truly the stuff of nightmares. I've been delivering pizzas for about 3 years now. I was 21 years old when this happened. I have no idea what particular night it was, but I do remember it was pretty late. We had an order placed for one small pizza. I drove out to this house that was located on a lonely dark road with not too many lights on it and not too many houses either. The house I was supposed to deliver to looked quite nice, but it was pitch black inside, no lights on at all. This had happened several times during this job, but it always made me feel a little uneasy. Why would you be ordering pizza and have zero lights on when the person is supposed to deliver it? I walked up to the porch and gently knocked. It seemed like nobody was home, which made no sense at all. I was secretly hoping nobody would answer though, so I could just leave and get out of there. I was getting an extremely weird vibe. I knocked again and again, but got nothing still. I didn't really care if these people got their pizza or not. I was getting creeped out standing on this dark porch. I turned around to go back to my car, only to stop immediately. I noticed a man was now standing in the middle of the walkway, holding some sort of object. I'm pretty sure it was a crowbar or something like that. I was about to say something, but I couldn't think of what to say in the moment. I quickly realized I was in danger. There was no reason for this guy to just be standing there, blocking my path holding this thing, except to hurt me, or to steal the money I had on me. I put the pizza down on the ledge next to the ashtray and jumped over the side of the porch wall. I started running like a madman into the backyard. I heard the guy give chase behind me, but I was in pretty good shape. I only weighed about 140 pounds, and I was pretty sure I could outrun this guy any day of the week. I hopped the fence in the backyard that led to the neighbor's backyard. I ran and hopped their fence to the left of me after that. I hopped 3 more fences before I ended back up on some street. I started walking fast, out of breath. I walked over to the sidewalk and pulled out my phone to call my boss. He thought I was joking at first, which really pissed me off. I told him to send somebody to get me right away. I hid on the porch of another darkened house. A coworker eventually did pick me up, and I jumped in his car. The whole thing felt so surreal. I couldn't believe any of that just happened to me. We drove back over to the house, where my car was still sitting there on the dark street right in front of it. I told the guy who was driving I was not going to get out to get it until we had the police with us. In fact, as we drove by, I could still see the guy who chased me sitting on the porch. He didn't have that object in his hands anymore though. I could tell he was watching me as we drove by. We sped off and I called the police. We met them nearby, but by the time we got back to the house, the guy was already long gone. The police knocked on the door a few times, and then eventually opened up the front door of the house. As we looked inside, we realized the house was completely vacant. There was nothing inside at all, no furniture or anything. This scared me so much I got back into my car and went back to the pizza place. I quit pretty much right away. My family and my girlfriend convinced me while I was on the way there that it was time to get another job. Delivering pizza can be pretty dangerous work. A girl in my high school English class once told me a very scary story. She was 4 years old at the time this happened, and she lived in a house backing onto a park with no fence around her backyard. She had this sliding glass door in her room that opened out to the parkway. It was in the middle of the night, and she was fast asleep when she suddenly began to hear a banging at the door. Being a little kid, she hid underneath her blankets in fear. In the morning, when it had all finally passed, she uncovered herself, only to discover a dead woman covered in blood just outside the door. The door was smeared in blood all the way down the glass. Apparently, the woman had been attacked in the park and run for help. She was trying to get someone else in the house to help her, but she ended up getting stabbed to death right there on the girl's back porch. This story actually happened to my father way back in the 1970s in his home country of Fiji. Because of this, there's not really any way I can get any type of newspaper articles or anything like that to prove it to you, but I assure you this is real. My mom, at least, has verified the story, and my other uncles as well. They claim it's 100% legit, so here we go. My dad lived in a farming area, and each of the farmhouses were a few miles apart from one another. When my dad was about 14 years old or so, he was invited to a sleepover at his uncle's house. My dad was very fond of this particular uncle, so he agreed and went over for the night. The uncle had a wife and 3 kids. Their ages were 3, 4, and also a baby that was about 6 months old. All in all, they had a great time eating, chatting, and playing together. When it was about time for bed, my dad went to sleep, only to wake up a short time later to a huge noise. He could hear what sounded like screaming and something that sounded like a gunshot as well. He ran to his uncle's room, only to see his uncle shooting his wife and kids. My dad freaked out and ran away. He ran across the house and tried to exit through a door that would lead outside, only to find all the doors were jammed and would not open. His only option was to run back to the other side and try a different door, which meant it would take him right past his uncle's room again. He had no choice but to do so. He slowly started to walk, and as he passed by, he couldn't help but peek into that room once more. He saw his uncle standing there with the gun in hand. While my dad was staring at him in shock, his uncle turned around. "You're lucky I let you live tonight." He then put his gun up to his head, and as my dad freaked out and started running away, he heard one final gunshot that night. My dad ran out of the house and kept running down the dirt road all the way back to his own home. Luckily, his dad was still up with some friends, drinking and playing cards. My dad basically collapsed as he made it back to his front porch and told everyone what happened before passing out. The police went to go investigate and soon found that everyone was dead. A little while later, my dad found out his uncle had quite a few mental issues he hadn't known. He was apparently supposed to be taking medication for it, but he hadn't done so that night. They think that's the reason he went crazy. As you can imagine, my dad was traumatized and had nightmares about this for a long time. Once again, I can assure you this is 100% true as well. I can see it in my dad's eyes whenever he tells me the story. I wish I could have some sort of news article about this, but it was way in the past and in Fiji as well, so of course there's not going to be anything. This happened a couple of months ago in February. I'm in northern New Jersey, so it gets pretty cold up here, especially at night. I live on 10+ acres. There's a popular trail that runs through the entire northern part of the state and runs just parallel to my property. You can't exactly see the trail from our house, and people on the trail can't view our house either from it. All that being said, it's surprisingly private where my house is located. I'm a 21-year-old female, and I work overnight shifts, so when I come home, everyone else is pretty much leaving for work. I'm home alone until around 6 or 7 at night. With the winter, it gets dark around 5 or 5:30ish. One evening, as I was walking to my kitchen, as usual, I looked out to the fields from the side of my house that was facing them. That part of the house had these big windows and sliding doors. It was almost like a glass house in that area. About a quarter of a mile away or so, I could see a man walking from one side of our property toward the trail. Well, he wasn't really walking though. He was more hunched over and skipping. I really couldn't say for sure. Thanks to having livestock though, we had binoculars handy to check on them, so I snatched them up real quick and took a look at this guy. As I focused in on him, he looked directly over to me. I was just staring at him, and he was staring back with this creepy-ass grin. We both looked at each other until he climbed to the woods and got on the trail. He was now out of sight. I called my dad, and he said it must have been a coincidence or something. Maybe this person just really wanted to get back on the trail. I brushed it off and tried to get more sleep. Before work the next day, though, at around the same time, I saw that same man again. This time, though, I was not standing smack dab right in front of a large window. Instead, I was hiding with the binoculars. I focused on him once again. I jumped back in surprise, though, because somehow he seemed to be staring right into where I was looking. How the hell did he know where I was? I called my dad and he didn't answer. I told myself, everything is locked up tight, you're fine. He was back on the trail by now, surely. In between the snow on the ground and the clear sky, the sun was about to fall pretty soon. It was still a bit bright in the fields, though. I walked over toward the kitchen, only to see the man once more. This time, though, he was not walking at all. He was just standing there, staring right at me, closer to the house than he ever had been before. I was freaking out now, and I was a bit pissed. I got it into my head that he was cutting through our private property. Now he was just standing there staring at me. I could still see the huge grin on his face, even without the binoculars. That's how close he was. I picked up my cell phone and dialed 911 as the man continued standing there. I explained everything to the dispatcher, who said it could take up to an hour for a cop to arrive. Thankfully, it took only 15 minutes. The man was still out there standing and staring when the cops showed up. I pointed at the police, who were now coming down my driveway. The man turned his head and looked right at them, then turned back to me and smiled even wider. He then fucking bolts right toward me, smiling like a maniac. It wasn't a genuine smile. It was like a forced, fake smile with just his mouth, if you can imagine that. I ran toward the front door and out to the cops. They came out of their cars, and one entered my house. 2 more went around each side. They caught and arrested the man soon after. When they found him, he was pressed right against the opposite side of the window where I was originally standing at, still smiling. I don't know what came of him in the end, but I do know I won't be seeing him again, and he'll never be allowed on my property once more. This happened when I was 17. I was home alone and had just gotten into the shower. I was washing my hair when I heard something in the bathroom. I still had the shampoo on. I tried to open my eyes too fast, and the shampoo ran down into them. I was forced to close them in pain, but I could hear that it sounded like somebody had just opened the bathroom door. I was sure I had locked it, but now I was panicked. I frantically rinsed out my eyes while trying to open them, doing it as soon as I was able to. I opened them completely, and as I looked out the curtain, I could see the bathroom door was now sort of cracked open. A sudden rush of fear washed over me as I turned off the water and yelled out for my mom, hoping to God she would respond. When she didn't, I started shaking. I climbed out of the shower and wrapped a towel around my body. I always lock the bathroom door. Always. No exceptions. I opened the door fully, and to my horror, I could see that all the way down the hall, the front door was now wide open. My bedroom was right next to the bathroom. I remember rushing into it very quickly. I closed and locked the door behind me. My clothes were already on my bed, so I quickly got dressed and tried to think of who to call first. That was when I heard a noise coming from inside my closet behind me. Petrified, I turned around. My closet was closed. I always left it open. I didn't stick around to see who was hiding in there. I sprinted out of the house and over to my friend's home, who lived just a few doors down. Her dad answered the door pretty quickly, and I used their phone to call my mom, who then called the police after. It was absolutely insane. 2 cops showed up at my house, but they didn't find anyone there. When they assured my mom and I that no one was inside, we finally went back inside with them. I saw that my once closed closet door was now wide open. My dad didn't live with us there, but he did help my mom to buy a gun after this. We weren't allowed to get it right away, and we had to sleep in that house without one for quite a while. It was so eerie, especially at night. Nothing ever happened again after, but we didn't feel better and could barely sleep until my mom was finally able to pick up that gun. Living alone is always a risk. I had just moved to a new city, and I was getting used to a new routine. At my old job, I worked from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., and I was moving to a regular 9 to 5 with completely free weekends. Unfortunately, one of those weekends started out in the worst way I could possibly imagine. I woke up early as I typically did, a bad habit from my old schedule. I wanted to run in a nearby park, but it was still too dark outside to do that. I made some coffee and got dressed for my run, only to decide to relax on the couch and read a bit until it was more light out. For some backstory, this apartment, which I don't live in anymore, was a garden-style apartment on the ground floor of a 4-story townhouse. It had 2 windows facing the street and a patio in front of my door. It was 2 steps up from the street to reach the patio. The city I live in is huge, but my neighborhood was very suburban. You know, family homes, apartment buildings, businesses, and schools. Not typically very busy at any time of day. There was one busy street, though, about 4 blocks away. That morning, I lounged with coffee while waiting for the sun to rise. It was a Saturday, so I wasn't shocked when I saw a figure stumbling by the front windows, slowly swerving here and there. There were a few bars within walking distance, and a drunk wandering by wasn't exactly a new development. That was until he turned around. I guess he was attracted by my illuminated windows, or perhaps the shadow of me moving inside or something. Minutes later, this person trudged down the 2 steps, hesitating at the patio. Then he moved to the window, taking care to slide between the bushes and peer inside. I had curtains on these windows, but they were sheer. I didn't know how much he could see from the outside. I froze in place, somewhat startled and confused. It seemed like years, but he was probably looking inside for about 5 minutes. Then he moved back toward my door. I had a gate with 2 different doors barring this unwanted person from entering, but that didn't seem to deter him at all. I heard the front gate open. Although it was locked, it wasn't that hard to reach in and unlock it from the other side. Then he started jiggling the first doorknob. I shouldn't have been particularly worried. I mean, I had 2 doors with 3 locks on each of them, and deadbolts as well. But something about his determination and the darkness outside had me rushing to the back of the apartment. My landlords, who owned the townhouse above me, had a fenced-in garden. I ran out there to call the cops. When I was waiting on the phone with the cops, I felt pretty safe until I heard scratching at the fence and a jiggling of the handle to the garden door. It was about 15 feet tall and would be too difficult to climb. I went back inside only to find the cops now banging at my door. I sent them around the garden entrance to find the guy, but they never caught him, only found a dirty screwdriver laying on the ground. I never got an update, so I assume the guy was never caught. Nor did he try breaking in anywhere else in the neighborhood, but either way, I hope we don't meet again. Back in the early 2000s, around the age of 13-ish, I'm 26 now by the way, I lived in upstate New York, in the town of Rhinebeck. Rhinebeck is a pretty old and fairly sleepy place, all things considered. Our house was up high on a hill, surrounded by dense woods on all sides, except for the street leading up to it. The house was quiet and incredibly secluded. Our nearest neighbor was about a quarter-mile down a winding and poorly maintained road, with only a singular streetlight, much too dim to offer much visibility at all. For this story, I'll need to give you an idea of the layout of the house as well. It was at least 2 stories. The stairs were situated right in the center of the house. Our most common point of entry was through the 2-car garage on the side. The front door was to the right of the garage entry, and standing from that door, you could see up the stairs. At the top of the stairs was my parents' room on the immediate right, and to the left was a hallway with 2 rooms side by side. At the very end were mine and my brother's rooms, situated right over where the garage was. Anyway, on to the story. I'd always been very on edge about where we lived. It gave off a sort of Mothman Prophecies vibe, if you know what I mean. You could hear every single twig snap, every coyote and bird, and when it got dark out, it was real dark. Late one night, I had long since gone to bed when I was jarred awake by a sound below my room. I sat stock still for a moment, listening to the deafening silence before accepting I'd probably just been dreaming. Just as I started to drift back off to sleep though, I heard a scratching sound. It was slow at first and hard to exactly make out. It almost sounded like metal scraping against slate and started to become more deliberate. I pinpointed it to the garage door that entered into the house. My first thought was to go to my parents', but it occurred to me that if I stood outside their door, I would have been easily seen from the bottom of the stairs, should someone actually be inside. The noise continued onward though. Finally, I crawled out of my bed as quietly as possible to lock my bedroom door, then bolted back and covered myself with the covers. It felt like hours passed by. I don't know exactly when, but the scratching did come to a stop by morning. I had pushed it to the back of my mind as all a bad dream. Sitting around the kitchen the next day, I told my parents about how weird it was I'd dreamt about such a thing. They looked at me very concerned though, and out of curiosity, they went to look at the garage door. What we found on the other side of it were pry marks, as if someone had repeatedly jammed a crowbar into the doorframe and tried to get inside. I stared in disbelief and mild terror. My father changed the lock on the outermost door that led into the garage after, for a much better lock. I grew up in a suburb of Raleigh, North Carolina, that has a virtually non-existent crime rate. My father and I moved there when I was about 6. He was always pretty busy though, so I pretty much had to raise myself. Naturally, I attended school there as well. Made all my lifelong relationships there, so on and so forth. In 2008, I was a senior in high school, and I had a very close-knit group of friends, primarily composed of people I'd known since middle school. One such friend had just come back recently from Holly Hill, which was our local mental hospital, after a suicide attempt. Matt had been gone for a couple of weeks. I saw him in the courtyard before heading for class. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to talk to him though, so all I said to him was, "Welcome back, I missed you." I didn't want to risk being late for class, but I would have if I had known that was the last thing I would ever say to him. Matt had suffered from depression and dementia for years, but he kept a pretty good rap on all the details, so none of his friends really had an inkling of how severe it was. That was until the aforementioned attempt. We got out of school for Thanksgiving break, and one of our mutual friends messaged me on Facebook asking if I would like to go paintballing with them on the night of the 30th. I had to turn them down because I had to see my grandparents the next morning for a late Thanksgiving celebration. It wasn't really that big of a deal, just kind of a disappointment. Break came and went. We went back to school and Matt was once again absent. There had been a rumor floating around that he had run away from home and gone back to Washington, D.C. to look for his birth mother or something. I wasn't really sure I believed that though, especially that he would go off on this long-term trip without mentioning it to me first. In between switching classes, I tried to call him on his cell phone, but it was off. I didn't think anything of it though. A few days later during lunchtime, there was some buzz around school that Allegra, one of our mutual friends, and Adele, someone else who was more like an acquaintance than friends with us, but we still knew of, had been taken out of class and arrested. We had no idea what happened, but I had a strange feeling this had something to do with Matt's absence. After that, all I could really think about was where Matt was. I also thought about the fact that Allegra sat behind me in Shakespeare class, and she had been really tired the day Matt disappeared. She slept all through class that day. The school tried to keep everything quiet in regards to the students theorizing and talking to one another, but it was high school and word travels fast. Whenever we weren't talking, we were all texting each other about it. Our local news website reported in an article that 4 of Matt's friends had been arrested in connection with a body found in Allegra's parents' summer home. You guessed it, it was Matt. After a while, Allegra and 2 of the people from Matt's circle of friends went on trial. Allegra received 2 consecutive 20-year terms for conspiracy to commit murder and murder in the 2nd degree. Adele received the same. The 2 others in the trial received a life sentence for first-degree murder. As I watched the trial unfold, I found out that they'd all killed him together on the night of November 30th, the very same night they'd asked me to come paintballing with them. There was a long period of time when I kicked myself for not going that night. I always think that if I would have gone, maybe I could have had some small influence in stopping them from doing what they did that night. Growing up, I always wanted to go on a bike ride at night. Something about it just seemed really cool to me. It wasn't until I was about 13 that my mom finally let me. She told me, of course, to wear my helmet, have my phone, take a great flashlight with me. She set the parameters for where I was allowed to go, too. She gave me about 4 miles to work with, which was a lot to me. Right after sunset, I set off on my little adventure. I loved it. There were no people out walking their dogs or kids running around everywhere. The temperature was perfect as well. It was really fun. So fun that I accidentally ignored the limits my mom had set out for me. You see, where I was biking was all pretty much walking paths. It was one of those grassy areas in between 2 neighborhoods, where there's a long path that goes down at least 600 feet. It went down at a 25-degree angle too, so I was flying down this hill having an absolute blast. I darted right past the parameters my mom had set. My mom had set these limits for a reason. Everything on the inside was close to houses, and people as well. The outside of that area was pretty barren though. I rode along this path for about 10 minutes before I could only see faint lights from the houses behind me. I was just on the outside of the city limits now. After about 15 minutes of riding along this dirt path, I started to hear singing. It sounded about 30 to 40 feet in front of me. I stopped riding to hear it better. It was a woman's voice, and she was singing Eleanor Rigby by the Beatles. She wasn't singing the words though, just the melody, and her voice was quite strange as well. You know how when you have excess phlegm in your throat and your voice gets all scratchy? That's what her voice sounded like. I inched forward to try and get a better idea of what was going on. As I got close enough, I could see a silhouette of some woman bouncing up and down, like she was headbanging or something. I decided to get my flashlight out. I thought maybe this was a person in need of help or something, or maybe a person out partying. If I shined a light on them, maybe it would scare them away. I took the flashlight out of my pocket and pointed at her. Then I turned it on. The instant the light hit her, she stopped moving. She was completely facing away from me. She had this disgusting hair that seemed to be sticking together in clumps. Some of it was ripped off, too. She was wearing this oversized bright red hoodie. I was too scared to move. I almost thought she was scared of me, too. I conjured up as much bravery as I could and said, "I'm sorry to interrupt you." It was a very, "oops, this is the wrong room" kind of thing. She didn't respond at all. I turned off the flashlight and put it back in my pocket. Just as I was turning around, though, she started screaming in this awful high-pitched voice. I damn near shat myself as I jumped back onto my bike. I could hear her voice getting closer behind me. I booked it as fast as I could. I didn't look behind me, and I didn't stop pedaling either. She was still screaming, and it appeared she was trying to follow me, but she grew quieter and quieter until eventually the noise dissolved into the night. I'm in my mid-20s, and I consider myself to be a pretty small woman, both in height and in weight. I've never taken any self-defense classes, and I would be in a pretty big pickle if someone were to actually attack me. At present, I live in a small suburb just outside of Boston, with 2 other female roommates. We live in a condominium complex that has roughly 200 units or so. Our condo happens to be in the farthest corner of the grounds. We were the last unit in a row of 10, with woods to our left. The back area we lived in was also widely regarded as a high-crime area. It was the sketchy part of town. I was never genuinely concerned about my safety, though, until one night in October of 2015. I had just flown back into Boston from a work trip in Tampa, Florida. My flight arrived at Logan Airport around 10:30 p.m. or so. Between gathering my luggage and car, I didn't make it back to my apartment until midnight. I locked my car and grabbed my suitcase, then headed inside to my empty apartment. I wasn't too worried about staying in the condo alone at the moment. It was already a pretty typical situation, with my roommates often working late or staying out with their boyfriends. I always locked the screen door, then the wooden door after. I felt like that was enough protection from the outside world. I was greeted by my cat when I went into my room. I noticed, though, that the temperature was unusually warm for October. I opened all my windows and crawled into bed. I should note, as I mentioned before, the back side of the apartment was surrounded by woods. We have a row of parking spaces directly behind us, but other than that, it's strictly forest. That particular night, I had been lucky enough to find a parking spot directly beneath my bedroom window. At 3:30 a.m., I woke up to the sound of footsteps and rustling outside. I figured it was one of the other residents either getting back from the bar or grabbing something from their vehicle, so I rolled over to try and fall back asleep. After about 4 or 5 minutes of this loud, continuous rustling, though, I decided to check out what was going on. To my horror, as I looked outside, there was a massive man wearing all black clothing and a black mask as well. He was inside the passenger door of my car, going through all my belongings. I was so shocked to see that someone was inside it that it took me a few moments to understand what was going on. Realizing someone had broken into my car, I immediately panicked. I have a spare apartment key inside my glove box, which was the area they were searching. My apartment door was only a few steps away from where he was standing, too. I knew that fleeing was not an option, as he was blocking the only exit. I knew that if he were to use that key to get inside, I would be in a very dangerous situation. Out of pure stupidity, I grabbed my car keys and hit the lock button, which caused my car to beep loudly. The beep startled the man who was in my car so much that he backed up and stumbled onto the curb. In an instant, His eyes shot up to my bedroom window. When our eyes met, he knew that I had seen him in my car. To my dismay, he stared without even flinching. I was so terrified I backed away from the window. I immediately ran into my roommate's closet and dialed 911. I reported the situation in a hushed whisper, fully expecting the man to break in and find me inside her room. It took officers 12 minutes to arrive at my condo, in which time the guy had long since taken off. I don't really know how he was able to get into my car so easily that night, as I'm sure I'd locked it. Amazingly, nothing was taken except for that key. I didn't have much in there anyway. The other scary thing is that the latch on our screen door was completely broken off. I didn't hear him trying to gain entry into my home, but I was also in the closet and on the phone with police, so who knows what I didn't hear in that moment. All I can really say is I'm lucky I had my windows open that night and interrupted him. Otherwise, he might have used that key to get in without me knowing. This happened to me about 6 or 7 years ago. I'm a female and I was 17 at the time. It was the beginning of summer and I was traveling to my summer home like I did every year. I live in a small southeastern European country, and this is pretty normal for a lot of people here. I would usually travel by train overnight because I would use that time to get sleep for most of the trip, and the train took about 8 hours to get there. It didn't cross a great distance, it was just really, really slow. Anyway, I've done that same trip alone a couple of times already, and I've never really had a problem before. My country is pretty safe anyway, so taking a trip on my own was never really a concern for me. The train left at around 11 p.m. and was scheduled to arrive at 7 in the morning. That meant I had 7 to 8 hours of sleep, which was pretty perfect for me. At first, I was alone in the compartment, but after I got settled in, a girl about my age asked if she could join me inside. I said yes, and we started talking a bit. You know, the usual. Where are you from? How old are you? What do you do? Even though I was comfortable traveling alone and was much bigger than her and a year older, I was still happy that someone else was there with me. We talked until midnight and decided to get some sleep, since the train was pretty empty other than us. Since it was just the two of us, we could lie down fully in the compartment and have 3 seats on each side to our own. We spread across those seats. I just started to doze off when I heard our compartment door opening. There was a man just standing in the doorway. He looked at us for a second, then called out to us, "Hey, you got any room for me?" Now, what was weird about this first of all was that this compartment was so empty that I was certain the one he'd just come from must have been fairly empty as well. Secondly, he saw both of us lying down taking up all the space, so there was no need to ask. Finally, it was the strange way he phrased it as well. I squirmed a little bit and started to answer, but he left the second I started moving around. I remember him closing the door as I was about to say something, and I thought it was so weird. Whatever, my sleepy brain didn't really want to bother with it, so I forgot about it pretty much instantly. I think the girl and I exchanged a what the fuck look first though. That was pretty much it. Not more than 5 minutes passed by when he appeared once again, quietly opening the door and asking if we had any room for him. I was a stupid, scared kid back then, so I stayed silent and pretended to be asleep. Luckily, the other girl was smarter than me. She sort of yelled at him, "No, dude, you can see there's no room. We're trying to sleep, so can you leave or something?" He just stared at us with this empty, vacant expression. I saw something in his eyes that could only be described as sinister. He then quietly closed the door and slunk away. I kind of chuckled, probably my nerves acting up on me. The girl smiled at me, and that was pretty much it. I somehow managed to fall asleep again, though it was a very light sleep. I kept on waking up throughout the night for some reason, though. Maybe that was for the better. The girl and I went our separate ways in the morning, as we were both traveling further. I didn't have Facebook back then, so I couldn't stay in contact with her. I've forgotten her name over the years as well, although for some reason as I'm writing this, I want to say her name was Ivana or something. I'll always be grateful to her though for standing up for me that night, and for teaching me that you should stand up for yourself, even if you're a small, fragile-looking girl. We didn't get a good look at the guy because it was so dark, but my impression back then was that he must have been in his 40s, and he had no reason to keep coming back over and over. If he wanted to sleep, the compartment he'd come from was already empty. That's why I think he had something else in mind. I'm happy that girl was there with me, because I have no idea what he would have done if I was on my own like I'd originally planned. I'd like to think I would have stood up for myself, but honestly, I have no idea. I'm a 29-year-old guy from Brazil. I'm a teacher at a university here, and I practice Kung Fu in my spare time. The political scene in Brazil is insane these days. I've even heard stories about people getting attacked on the streets in broad daylight just because they're wearing red, which happens to be the color of the president's political party. A few days ago, I was heading home from work late one night. It was around 11 p.m. or so. I got on the bus, but as there were no seats available, I stood near the exit door as I usually do. I got my MP3 player out from my backpack. Yeah, I do still carry around an MP3 player. I turned on some Black Dahlia. There I was, minding my own business, silently singing along, when I noticed a guy sitting in the back of the bus. He was staring at me with this really weird look on his face. I actually thought it was kind of funny at first, but when he didn't stop staring, I figured he must have just been lost in his thoughts or something, and happened to be looking in my direction. I went over to the other side and glanced up at him again. You guessed it, he was still staring right at me. I started paying more attention to this guy. Even sitting down, he was absolutely huge. His arms were as thick as my legs. He looked like the fucking Hulk from those old movies. I was really tired already from work that day, so I just shrugged it off and went back to minding my own business. Maybe he was just jealous of my awesome beard or something. Point is, I had no energy to deal with that right then. Maybe I was just being paranoid anyway. My stop was soon coming up, so I pulled the string. I don't know how buses work where you guys live, but here we have these little strings attached to the ceiling, and when you want to get off, you just pull down on them. A few seconds later, the bus driver stopped, and I got off the bus. Before I did, I saw that huge guy get up as well and glare at me. I started walking, feeling a bit nervous now. When I looked back, there he was, tailing right behind me. He didn't even bother pretending he was going home or something. His eyes were just dead locked on me the entire time. I started walking much faster. I could hear his footsteps also picking up the pace. My street was on the next left, and it was very, very dark out. I realized I would have to run if I didn't want this guy to catch up to me. As soon as I turned the corner, I ran like there was no tomorrow, which was exactly the case, I think. I heard the guy start to run as well. There was no way I would outrun him to my house. Not so far away, so I decided to go all in. I stopped and turned to face him. I took off my backpack and held it in my hand. He yelled something at me, then jumped in to attack me. I threw my backpack at his face. When it was just about to hit though, he dodged by it. I even saw a smile on his face, like he thought it was fun I was fighting back. Well, turns out that's exactly what I had been waiting for. I've been practicing Kung Fu for over 10 years now, so when he moved to dodge the backpack, my right foot was already waiting to crack his jaw. It was only a fraction of a second, but I saw his smile immediately turn into a sour expression as my foot smashed into the side of his face. His eyes rolled back into his head, and he dropped to the sidewalk instantly. I grabbed my backpack, and before I booked it back to my house, I saw a shiny object sticking out of his pocket, clearly a knife. This guy must have wanted to do some serious damage, and who knows why, because I have a beard and was wearing a red shirt? If it wasn't for my passion for martial arts, I probably would have never saw my wife and kids again that night. I won't lie to you and say I had it all under control and I was some kung fu master or something, or that it was all okay and I didn't feel scared at all. I was scared as shit. By the time I got home, my legs were shaking so bad, I had to ask my wife to help me to the nearest chair. She asked what was going on, and I told her what happened. We called the police, but I guess by the time they got there, the guy had woken up and was already gone. We're moving to a new place in a few days. After all, he followed me all the way to my street. Who knows, he could still be looking for me. The good part is, my wife has always nagged me for doing my kung fu, and after this happened, she ordered me to keep practicing. She thought about joining as well, and bringing the kids too, so now we have something extra to bond over. In 2003, I was a senior in college. I had the opportunity to travel to Chicago to work at an international trade show for my family business. Trade shows are all about getting new customers, and this particular show brings in tens of thousands of potential ones every year from every corner of the world. People who may be needing some industrial equipment, conveyors, case erectors, robots, etc. When I'm working at one of these things, I have to be outgoing, perky, and friendly, so whenever anyone would walk by, I would attempt to engage them in conversation. Conversations turn into leads, and leads turn into sales. That is, except when the only thing the guy wants is to buy a bride. It was the second day of the show, and my dad and the other salesmen were off getting lunch. That was when a very short and attractive man in his mid-60s stopped by the booth. I engaged with him and we discussed his industry, pharmaceuticals I supposed, as I scanned his badge. He didn't leave after the conversation ended though. Instead, he started complimenting me and staring at me. Me being 19 and working this as my first show, I didn't quite know what the boundaries were yet. I took it all in stride as gracefully as I could and tried to direct him to a more business-related topic. It didn't work, obviously. He started leering at me, telling me how well off he was and how I would make a great wife for him. After about 15 minutes of this and other customers coming up as well, he picked up one of my dad's business cards and left. I thought that was that. I laughed about this later actually with one of the guys across the aisle, and even with my dad too. That was until that night, when my dad's cell phone started ringing. The call was from me apparently. My Prince Charming had called every hotel associated with the show until he found the exact one where we were staying. Apparently, he was waiting outside right now with a limo. He explained that he wanted to take me to dinner so he could talk to me about taking me back to Jordan with him and becoming his wife. Me still being stupidly concerned about alienating a future customer, I told him I had dinner plans already and couldn't meet with him now. He insisted that we go out tomorrow instead. We argued back and forth for about a minute, and eventually I told him that wouldn't be appropriate. I had dinner plans with vendors all week already. I hung up right after. Dad ignored a few more missed calls from him. I was mercilessly teased about my Jordanian husband at dinner. However, when the guy showed up at the booth again the next day with an entire entourage and tried to negotiate an honest-to-God marriage contract with my dad, it wasn't quite as funny anymore. I'm not sure what exactly my dad said to him, but we didn't sell anything to that creepy pharmaceutical plant owner from Jordan, and I still get nervous when I see him at shows. I work in retail, and I have a very unique name. This happened a few years ago when I first started working at a 24-hour convenience store. At this point, I was working the graveyard shift. I'm used to all types of unsavory folks. But there was this one guy who left me very unsettled. It was about 3 a.m. or so, and unfortunately I was working all alone. My coworker decided to call out the last minute. The store was pretty much dead, and I was packing out a delivery when the man walked in. He was a short, stocky black guy, a little older than me probably, late 20s to early 30s. I looked up from the task at hand and greeted him with a friendly smile. I asked him if he needed help with anything. He grinned and looked me up and down, his brown eyes darkening with lust. "Oh yes, did you say you sell condoms?" I nodded and pointed him to the health and beauty section, then proceeded to make my way to the register. He browsed for a bit and picked up a box of Magnums and some of those herbal sexual supplement pills. "So, how are you?" he inquired. I told him I was fine, working hard, and anxious to go home. His eyes traveled up and down my body, settling on my name tag, which was pinned just beneath my left breast. I felt a little bit uncomfortable. I'd never been uncomfortable with people staring at me, but this guy's eyes lingered so much longer than necessary. He asked me how to pronounce my name, and I told him simply. He started to compliment me, and I said thank you, and began to scan and bag his items, trying to avoid eye contact with him. When he asked if I had a boyfriend, I truthfully told him yes. He commented that he must be a lucky man, and that he wished he could be in his shoes. I smiled uncomfortably. I asked him if he needed anything else, as we're supposed to do. "Not a lot. I just need you now." I was getting annoyed at this point. I ignored him and proceeded to tell him his total. He swiped his card and I completed the transaction. I told him to have a good night. Then he turned around and asked me if I was working all by myself. I told him my coworker was downstairs doing some paperwork. Then the guy grinned. "No, he isn't. I've been watching you since 12 o'clock. I haven't seen a single other person here all this time. Are you afraid of me?" I frowned. "You've been watching me? That's hella creepy, dude." I told him he needed to leave if he was done shopping, because I had work to complete. Once again, he laughed. I thought he was going to try and attack me or something, but then a group of guys walked in. He fled as soon as he saw them approaching. Later that night, I checked my Facebook, only to see I had a new friend request. Guess who it was from? Again, I have a very unique name, and I've only found 2 other people on Facebook that have it. After I searched it out of curiosity, I blocked and deleted the friend request. Next morning, as I'm walking to the subway station, a wanted poster on the token booth caught my eye. The face was very familiar. It was the creep from my store that other night. He was wanted for sexual assault and battery. The incident happened more than a month ago. I told my manager, who called the police, and gave them our tip. I don't know if he was ever caught, but I hope we don't meet ever again. I still don't feel comfortable with name tags after. So this happened a while back when I was in my early 20s. I was working at a small retail store in my town's mall. It was coming up to the end half of the day, and I don't know how I noticed it, but an older man, probably in his 50s, I'm not quite sure, had walked past my store 3 or 4 times. Not consecutively, mind you, just every now and then he would return to pass by. I worked at one of those little custom jewelry stores, so it was odd for an older male to be walking past so many times. I didn't really think that much of it though. It soon came to closing time, and I had to catch my bus home at around 6:30 p.m. I remember it was transitioning into winter because it was so dark out by then. I'm a very paranoid person by nature, and I still live by the rules of stranger danger. Even now, when I leave work, I make sure I change into an outfit that's less fashionable. I don't like drawing attention to myself in any way possible, so I try to make sure I'm as covered up and average looking as I can. I don't know why, but I have that disease where I seem to attract all the wrong attention on no part of my own. As I said, I was waiting for my bus home, sitting by myself at the town center bus terminal, when guess who walks by? That very same older man from earlier. At this point, I started to feel a bit uneasy. In my head, I tried to make reason prevail. Many people take these buses all the damn time. My bus showed up soon after anyway, and I got on real quick. Well, you can imagine who hopped on just after me. I remember sitting at one of the seats facing inward, the ones for wheelchairs and prams. He sat at the first seat above the steps. I remember just staring forward, feeling his eyes burning into me. I kept trying to use my peripheral vision to see if he was looking at me, not wanting him to know that I'd noticed him. The whole bus ride, I waited as he stared at me to see if he would get off before my stop. Maybe I was just being overly anxious and paranoid. You know, a paranoid mind from working overtime. That was until I pressed the button for my stop. I waited until the last possible second to do so, and immediately as I stood up, he did too. I went to walk to the front door of the bus. He exited at the rear at that very same moment. As soon as he stepped off, though, I sat back down. I had no idea where the bus would go after my stop, but I honestly didn't care. I'll never forget the look on that guy's face as the bus drove off without him. I'd never seen such anger and hatred in a person's face before as I did through that window. His face is still burnt into my memory, almost like a photograph. It still terrifies me to this day. I have no idea what would have happened to me if I had gotten off at my proper stop that night, but I'm glad my paranoia was so intense that I did not. I can't imagine it would have been anything good. In high school, I took part in something I would live to greatly regret. Although I never thought of myself as a mean girl, I see now that I wasn't all that far off from it. I had a small group of female friends, and we all thought we were the coolest of the cool. We didn't fit in any other group per se, but we were closest with the preppy people. More than one of us dated football players, and we became pretty popular by default. It was a very vapid and empty life in retrospect, but in my 16-year-old mind, I was among the elite of the school. On the other end of the spectrum was Dwight. He was everything you think of when you hear the term neckbeard. His bathing habits were almost non-existent. He had an overblown sense of intelligence, too, that made him quite a lot of enemies. Most, if not all the students I knew, couldn't stand the guy. One day during algebra class, a few of us came up with a funny trick to play on him. It was quite cruel, but we believed that he deserved it because he annoyed everyone so much. I really was a stupid girl back then. The plan was this. We would write anonymous love letters and drop them off in Dwight's locker. If it all worked out, he would believe he had a secret admirer and make a fool out of himself. The end of the plan was something you'll have to wait a little longer to hear. The same day, me and my girls got together at lunch and wrote the first letter. We drew straws to decide who would deliver it, and I came up short. I waited until class started and slipped out to use the restroom. That was when I dropped it in his locker. Over the next few weeks, we'd continue with those letters. Soon enough, news reached us of Dwight's new secret love. He had been bragging about her before school, told us all firsthand how sexy she must be, among all the things he wished to do to her. The urge to laugh in his face was almost unbearable, but none of us gave the game away until the time was right, and that time it came 2 weeks later. The lunchroom would be the place to spring our trap. Homecoming was coming up, and we decided to use that to our advantage. His secret admirer was now ready to show herself, and she wanted him to ask her to the dance. Just to make things that much crueler, we told him to bring a rose with him when they met. When the day came, we told all our friends about our plan. About 20 or so of us hid around a corner until he showed up. He arrived right on schedule, rose in hand, but nobody was there to meet him. He began looking around nervously, and then we all popped out and began laughing. The whole lunchroom was staring as we pointed and mocked him. His face turned bright red, and he looked as if he was about to begin crying. He ran off at this point. I can't say if he actually broke down or not. It's the thing I'm most ashamed of doing. After our horribly cruel joke was done, we went on to do other things, all but forgetting about Dwight. Actually, I remember not seeing him around for quite a few days after that. Not that I blame him if he wanted to lay low for a while. The homecoming came and went, and then the actual scary stuff began happening. The first experience was mild compared to some later things. Our house got TP'd just before a big rainstorm. It took 2 weeks to get all the paper out of the trees and bushes. A similar thing happened to my friend Stormy as well. Things only grew more serious from there. Another close friend of mine had a fire started in her front yard. All the windshield wipers on my car were ripped off at one point, and the windows were smashed in. Stormy's brand new birthday present, a big red Mustang, was keyed up and down both sides and similarly smashed about. I had all 4 of my tires slashed at one point. We had nothing to give to the police or to our parents. The truth is, we made a lot of people mad, and we couldn't prove it was anyone in particular over the other. One final thing would cause us to finally break though. One week around 2 a.m., I felt a presence outside which woke me up. A loud crash suddenly came through my window. I leapt out of bed in fright to see glass all over the floor. I couldn't see what caused it until I turned on my overhead light. Stuck on the tip of my bed was a brick with a letter attached to it. Before I could even read it, my mother started banging on my door. I was unsure what it said, so I ripped it off the brick and stuck it in my pocket prior to letting my mom in. She did her usual thing of being overdramatic whilst I cleaned up all the glass myself. Things blew over though, and she quickly went back to bed. I did a temporary patch on the window and crawled back in myself. Only then did I unfold the note. Scrawled in black ink, read these simple words: "Say you're sorry, or else." The next day at school, I showed it to the other 2 girls. We weren't positive it was Dwight doing all this, but we were desperate. We were all really scared, and we wanted this to be over. We waited until we saw him at his locker and confronted him about the note. He had this calm, strange look in his eyes. He took a quick glance at us and said something to the effect of, "Well, I don't know anything about that, but maybe you should start apologizing to all the people you've screwed over. Maybe that terrible stuff might stop happening to you." And that was just what we planned after that, and just what we did as well. One by one, each of us who had been attacked told all our victims we were sorry. I can't say every single apology was straight from the heart or anything, but we still did it. More than a few people told us to screw off, but we understood. A funny thing happened after doing that too. I began to feel a little better about myself. I'd been insecure my whole life, and this made me start to make the effort to be a lot kinder to people. By graduation, I'd befriended several of those I once openly mocked. It cost me a few of my old friends, sure, but those weren't the kind of people I'd miss very much anyway. Because of that one cruel joke and everything that happened, I actually became a far better person than I was when it first started. After all these years, though, one little question remains. Was it Dwight who did all those things to us? He was at our 10-year class reunion, and I even considered asking him. In the end, I didn't want to make him feel bad by dredging all that up, though, so I didn't end up doing so. It is the most probable answer. Maybe all our victims played their own part, a bit of a Murder on the Orient Express sort of thing, if you will. I was terrified, and I don't believe in using violence to get what you want. But I will say one thing. It was truly an effective style of revenge on anyone, and you don't want someone like that as your enemy. This happened back in 2015 in my hometown, Ventura, California. It's a relatively small beach town, about an hour north of Los Angeles. I grew up there, and as the years have gone by, the crime has gotten worse. The comfortability factor has also decreased, while the homeless population has skyrocketed. For reference, I'm 22, and I'm a relatively small-statured woman with a very petite frame. My 8-year-old brother could pick me up if he wanted to, and I'm commonly mistaken for being somewhere around 15 or 16. To be completely honest though, it works in my favor somewhat to ward off creepy guys who are deterred by the thought of pursuing a minor. The real gross part is when the young age actually doesn't turn them off though. I worked at a bar in the downtown area of my city, and I really liked my job. I mainly just picked up empty glasses and wiped down the tables between customers, so I didn't have much contact with whoever came in. Every now and then, a drunk guy would try to hit on me, but they would usually give up when they realized I had zero interest and paid no attention to them. We'd also occasionally have bar fights where people got too drunk to handle a bad joke, or women would get into those cat fights with their so-called friends. Nothing could have prepared me for what happened this night though. It's something I'll never forget, and the reason I'll never work in a bar ever again. This specific night was my first time working the late shift. I came in at around 8 p.m. Everything was pretty normal for most of the night. That is, until about 2 a.m. when a man came in dressed in torn-up clothing, already reeking of alcohol. Usually, the bar won't serve a man who's already drunk, but our bartender was new, and he felt bad for this guy. Everybody inside did pretty much. He looked completely disheveled, and you could tell there was a 99% chance he was homeless. He looked around 40, so when he ordered his drink, no one asked him for an ID. For the next hour or so, though, I could feel the man's eyes burning into me, and I mean I could really feel them. Whenever I was out in the bar, he would stare at me without even blinking. He wouldn't even look away when I looked straight at him. From the moment I stepped foot in the bar to the moment I re-entered the kitchen, his eyes were glued to me. I got the feeling that he probably stared at the door even, waiting for me to come out for as long as I was in the back. I had noticed he had around 4 or 5 empty glasses sitting next to him, so I walked over to collect them. That's when he grabbed my wrist real hard. "How old are you, honey?" I was caught off guard, as no one had ever put their hands on me while I was working before. I didn't feel like dealing with this drunk man, so I quickly replied as I tugged away, "I'm old enough to be working here." He didn't seem to like that answer though. He yelled after me while jumping out of his chair, "That's not an answer. Tell me right now." The last part of what he said he yelled so loudly, it actually made me stop in my tracks and get kind of scared. I looked at the bartender with wide eyes, hoping he would see my fear and get this guy out of the bar as quick as possible. Our bartender was not a small guy. He was around 6'5" and clearly went to the gym, so when he saw the genuine terror on my face, it only took him a few seconds to get around the bar and escort the man out. The rest of the night went by normally, and was so uneventful I almost forgot all about that creepy strange man from earlier. Almost. My shift ended at 4 a.m., and at that point I was completely exhausted. It was still in the back of my head what happened a couple hours before, but it never occurred to me the man would be waiting outside the bar a whole 2 hours later. But he was. I stepped out of our building into the darkness of the night and began walking down the street toward the bus stop. I was too poor to afford a car, and I didn't mind taking the bus since I only lived 10 minutes away and the bus was cheap. I noticed the man following me as I got closer to the stop, but he never got close enough for me to make out his face or what he really looked like. I wasn't too worried yet. There was still a good distance between us, and I'd be hopping on the bus soon anyway. Except that wasn't going to happen. When I reached the bus stop, the words there almost made me pee my pants. Bus hours 6:30 to 8 p.m. See, it never occurred to me that the bus would no longer be running by the time I got off work. I usually got off around 7, but tonight I was a little bit late. I guess I was so excited for the better pay that I completely forgot to account for the transportation hours. I didn't live too far away, probably a 15-minute walk, but now I had someone following behind me. I stood there at the bus stop and took a deep breath, deciding to call my roommate to come pick me up, praying he would answer my call even at 4 in the morning. It rang, and he never picked up. I gathered myself up and started walking in the direction of my apartment. I hoped the guy who had been following me might have given up by then, but he hadn't gone anywhere. For every step I took, he would take 2, and the large gap we once had between us became only around 10 to 15 feet. I was completely panicking. I picked up the pace to try and get further away from him, but that only made him walk faster behind me. By the time I turned the corner to the street of my apartment, I was in an all-out sprint trying to outrun this guy. I had my keys in my hand, ready to unlock the door and get inside as soon as possible. I ran up the stairs to the second floor. I could hear footsteps pounding up the steps behind me. I shoved my keys in the lock so fast, and within seconds I was inside with the door locked behind me. I was out of breath and in pure shock as to what was happening. I heard a loud thud against my door as it vibrated. I quickly realized it was the impact of the man charging at my door with full force. Around 5 minutes of silence later, which felt like forever, I decided to look out the peephole to see if he was still there. I let out a scream of terror when I saw who it was. It was the man who'd grabbed me earlier at the bar, standing in front of the door completely still, staring in through the peephole and staring at me. He had this scary smirk on his face too, as he stood there completely still, making no sound at all. I ran to my roommate's room to wake him up, to maybe deal with the guy, even just to make it so I didn't have to be alone right now. But when I opened the door, he was not there. I sunk to the floor in defeat and started to cry and shake from all the emotions I was feeling. That's when I began to hear scratching coming from the door. It lasted for what seemed like hours. I reached into my bag to grab my phone to call the police, but it wasn't there. My heart sank again. I realized it must have fallen out while I was running for my life away from this insane man. I'd never wanted a landline so much as in that moment of my life. At this point, though, there was nothing that could be done. I was not moving from that spot until my roommate came back, and I knew this man was gone. Sometime during the morning, I must have fallen asleep finally, because I was woken up by my roommate shaking me awake, asking what happened and why I was sleeping on the floor. I explained everything to him, and when I was finished, he looked at me with wide eyes and told me there was something on the door I needed to see. Carved into the door's wood with what I assume was a knife was something that still scares me to this day. We called the police, but they said there wasn't much they could do because there was no way of knowing the man's identity. A basic description of a homeless man wasn't enough to go off of. They even had the audacity to tell us to just move if we were that worried about it. It's insane how incredibly unhelpful they were. I never did find my phone, and I quit my job at the bar that same day. They're obviously aware of his likeness now, and I hope they know to call the police if that man ever appears at the bar again. I never went back to that particular bar. I've since moved out of that apartment as well, and now just work from home, so I never have to experience an insanely terrifying night like that ever again. I won't lie, I got caught up in the romance of everything. I've been single too long, and because of that, my barriers were down. This guy said all the right things, and the roses certainly didn't hurt his case. I fell in love with the idea of a mysterious and handsome stranger wanting me and only me. Had everything stopped right there, I would have been disappointed, but at least I'd be left with the beautiful fantasy of it all. Things did not stop there, though. I allowed myself to hope that me and this stranger could be together one day. Until then, I'd write to him about all the plans I had for myself after the restrictions were lifted. He was tolerant of this initially, but his letters soon became more and more demanding. Who I could see, where I could go. Despite my reservations, I was so lonely I agreed to all these rules. After all, he was just looking out for my best interests, I guess, and it was just all make-believe anyway, right? Our correspondence continued, and when talk of restrictions being lifted came to light, I was contacted by my former boss and asked to return to work. I readily accepted and wrote my admirer to share the good news. To my surprise, he was anything but pleased though. According to him, this was a violation of our agreement. I was confused. How did he expect me to survive then? All the benefits I'd been receiving because of it would soon end, and I had no other choice but to wait tables again. My reasoning, though, no matter how logical it was, fell on deaf ears. I only got curses and foul name-calling in return. This was a crossroads in the relationship, and for me, there was only one way to go. As the opening of public spaces got closer, I chose to end things with this secret admirer. It had been a fun time, but it was time to drop the fantasy. No matter how awful that made me feel, it was the right thing to do. I was not a kept woman, nor would I be if possible. No man, regardless of how much I loved them, was going to make that sort of ridiculous demand of me, not being able to work. Agreeing to superficial things while everyone was trapped inside their homes was one thing, but this was just ridiculous. I wrote this all down in a letter as nicely as I could and sent it out to my admirer. It didn't take long to receive his reply. I hadn't expected him to be happy, of course, but what he wrote shocked me to my core. Things had moved way past petty name-calling and minor curses. He began threatening me, not just me, but my family too. He included actual information about my parents that terrified me. Their addresses, their phone numbers, their jobs, everything. If he thought this would change my mind, though, he was very wrong. All he managed to do was make me extremely angry. With all the letters in hand, I filed a report with the police. Had I had an actual name, they said it would have been enough for a restraining order even. Going through this process really drove home to me how ridiculous the situation was. Falling in love with a completely anonymous man was the height of stupidity. For all I know, it could have not even been a man. I'd never been in a mess like this. What little I could do was done. I notified a friend of everything, but I've had yet to get a reply. It's been more than 2 months, and I hope that means this person moved on. I didn't let my parents in on the threats. I didn't want to scare them. Plus, embarrassment was a strong motivation. My mother would never let me live it down, that's for sure. I haven't heard from him since. I'm gonna try to put all this behind me since I've been deprived of my life for the last 2 years. Despite wanting to use my mistakes as a warning to other girls, if I thought anyone could identify me, I wouldn't have written this. If anyone reading this, though, finds themselves in a similar situation to mine, just throw the letter away and forget about it. This is real life, not a movie. Some handsome prince isn't gonna show up out of nowhere and kiss you at the end of the story. In real life, you always get stuck with the frog. I started work as a mailman a few months ago, and just last week I had an extremely bad experience. There's this one house that every time I deliver there, I always see a person watching me through their front window, and I mean every single time too. I had always just chalked this up to maybe an elderly person who had nothing better to do or something. After a while of it happening every single time, it didn't freak me out nearly as much anymore. One day though, I had to finish delivering mail on another carrier's route. They'd had an emergency and had to stop early for some reason. When I was finished with theirs, I had to finish my own as well. As I made it to the particular house where that person would watch me every single day, I saw they were not there at the window this time. This kinda made me happy actually, but it also creeped me out a bit. It meant the person always knew about what time I would normally be there and specifically looked out the window at that exact time to see me. I dropped the mail into their slot and continued on. I still had 3 more houses before I had to return to my truck and grab all the mail for the next street over. When I'd finally finished delivering those letters, I went back to the truck to grab the rest. That's when I saw a weird-looking lady standing under the streetlight right behind it. She looked like she was on drugs or something. Her hair was a complete mess, and she was wearing gray sweat clothes. They were covered with stains all over. She smiled at me with all her missing teeth. She then called out to me, "Hello." I said hello back and started gathering the mail for the next street. I didn't have my eye on her as I did this, but I felt like she was walking up behind me all of a sudden. I turned around, and she was indeed much closer than before, now standing in the center of the street. Do you need something?" She said she didn't. "Okay, well, I'm gonna continue on then. Have a good day." With all the mail ready to go, I closed the back door and made sure everything was locked up. I started walking away. I felt relieved to be walking away from this strange-looking woman. I had delivered to about 6 more houses on the route when I noticed that same woman was now crouching next to a truck in the shadows. She was following me. I was sure of it. It seemed she thought I couldn't see her there. I continued on, but after every single house, I saw she was keeping up with me, obviously trying to hide. Needless to say, this was pretty damn scary. There was nobody else around at this time, and I felt like she might attack me at any moment. I delivered the mail to the final house. Sure enough, when I walked back to the sidewalk, I could see her standing in a shadow by a big tree across the street. I decided I could not continue on like this. I walked over to confront her. She stiffened up as she saw me approaching her. I called out to her, "Why are you following me?" She didn't respond. Instead, what she did made my heart sink. She let out this guttural noise, the kind only a crazy person could make, like she was scared of me or something. She started whooping and hollering, and then she ran away. She was definitely on something. The next day when I came to that house where I would always see somebody watching me through the window, she was there once again. I know it was her that followed me that night. I'm a United States Postal Service carrier. Something very weird and creepy happened to me a few weeks ago on my route. I've been carrying mail for about 4 years now, and have had the same route for about 2 of those. It's a decent area to deliver mail, and I've never really had a problem with it compared to some other bad areas around my city that I've unfortunately had to deliver in the past. But hey, some carriers have to deliver in those shady neighborhoods every single day, so I felt like I got pretty lucky with mine. I always go to this one specific park right in the middle of my route to eat my lunch every single day. There's never really too many people there when I am, but this day there were 2 little girls playing on the playground. This park was a pretty good size, and the playground was surrounded by pathways, beautiful flowers, and even a few fountains as well. The 2 girls showed up to the playground after I sat down at the picnic area, about 20 minutes before. They were doing their own thing, and I was texting my girlfriend and watching videos on my phone, when out of nowhere, this guy just came up behind me. "You better get out of here, or I'll call the police on you, you damn pervert." I was shocked and literally speechless. I spun around to look at who just said that. It was a huge guy, probably around 300 pounds or so. He was balding and wearing these old-looking glasses. I couldn't even think of what to say before he spoke again. "You get the hell out of here, or I'll beat the hell out of you." My face turned red with fear. "Come on, man, I'm just eating my lunch. I'm not sure what the problem is." The man huffed at me and turned around, then started walking away down the path. I sat there in awe for a few seconds, then looked at my phone to check the time. I still had about 5 minutes left of lunch break. I texted my girlfriend about that huge guy, then looked over to the playground. I saw the 2 girls now standing at the top of a big wooden slide, and I saw the man below them. He seemed to be talking to them or something. My initial thoughts was that he must have been their parent and got pissed off when he thought I was staring at them, when really I was just eating my lunch. Then, though, I saw him reach up and try to grab one of the girl's ankles. The girl let out a brief scream, and I stood up right away. The man looked around nervously in all directions, trying to see if anyone might have seen him. Well, he must have forgotten that I was still there, or maybe he assumed I had been intimidated and left already. I have no idea what his thoughts were, but I started walking right over to them. After seeing that, I got in real close, and I could see the girls looked absolutely terrified. "Hey, do you guys know this man?" The man turned around and had a very scared but angry look on his face. The girls both told me they had no idea who he was. The man started to speed walk away immediately after. I watched as he began to run out the front gate of the park. I asked the girls if they had a phone and could call someone to come get them. One of the girls did, and called somebody out to take them home. I'm not sure who they called, but I waited there with them until I saw an older woman enter the park. She walked over to us and asked what was happening. I told her everything. She didn't really react like I thought she would, though. She seemed annoyed or something, like actually annoyed at the little girls. She told them to get down and that they were leaving. After the three of them left, I checked my phone again. I was now 35 minutes behind schedule, so I quickly walked out of the park and turned to go down the sidewalk toward my truck. I got my truck unlocked and got inside. I started the engine and started driving a few blocks down that same street when I saw the same man sitting in a small red car. He was glaring at me as I drove by him. I grabbed my phone out and called my boss. I told him everything I saw, and he said he would call the cops for me. The rest of my shift, I thought about that guy. I felt bad for just leaving like that and not doing anything. When I got back to the office, my boss told me he did call the police. They went over to that park. I really hope they caught that guy. I haven't seen him or the girls there since. First, I'd like to start off this story by saying I'm a relatively open-minded individual. I have no issues going to places where I know I would otherwise stand out. But hey, that's what makes it fun. I like to surround myself with people who don't all look and act like me. It keeps things interesting and ensures there's always a new thing for me to try or a new place to visit. You know, I'm kind of a thrill seeker. And because of this, when I found myself going to a gay bar with my friend Eli, I figured all I was in for was a night of fun and partying. That's not exactly what I ended up getting, though. I'm currently 29, but this took place around 2017 or so. Back then, I was a mostly careless guy when it came to ensuring my own safety in sketchy situations. I just like to have fun. And if I'm sometimes getting hurt, that's a fair price to pay for a good time. The worst thing that ever happened to me on a wild night out was a broken wrist, but even then I just laughed it off and didn't take it too seriously. My motto's always been, never be afraid of life. Eli picked me up from my apartment in Santa Monica, California, and we started that god-awful drive to West Hollywood and his favorite gay bar. I'm not gay myself, but Eli is, and I figured anywhere he'd like to go had to be a good time. He certainly knew how to party. We found a place to park a few blocks away and started walking toward the bar, both excited for a fun night ahead of us. We had to wait in line for about an hour, but when we finally got inside, it was even better than I had imagined. There were people of all shapes and sizes and the coolest outfits, all dancing with one another. The drinks looked amazing, and everyone was clearly having a good time. I found my way to the dance floor with Eli, and we showed off our horrible moves for everyone to see. The vibe was simply incredible. I asked myself why it had taken me so long to go to a gay bar when they seemed so much fun. I sat down and ordered a beer. As I tried to catch my breath from dancing, an older man in his late 50s sat down next to me. He asked me if it was my first time in a bar like this. I was confused as to how he might know that. He must have picked up on my confusion, because he then said this. "Oh, Eli comes here all the time, and I've never seen you before, so I just kinda assumed." I remember awkwardly laughing, confirming his suspicions. He told me his name was Jeremy and offered to buy me another beer, which I happily agreed to. He seemed like a nice enough guy who was making a decent effort to try and talk to me. We talked for about 30 minutes when I started to feel lightheaded and dizzy. Figured I must have had too much to drink so far throughout the night. I said my goodbyes to Jeremy and began making my way through the bar to look for Eli to take me home. Except I only managed to take a single step before I started to fall over. Jeremy put his arm around me to hold me up and told me he'd seen Eli had left only 15 minutes before. He could still give me a ride home though, no problem. I started feeling a little worried now, but Jeremy had been nothing but nice to me. I told him that would be great, so long as I could get a hold of Eli first to make sure he was okay and tell him who I was leaving with. Jeremy agreed and began to help me outside, basically having to carry my body. I got more and more numb with each step I took. When we got outside, I realized soon enough I was no longer able to walk, and my speech had become completely slurred. I was even starting to black out. This is when I began to panic. I knew this was not from drinking too much. This was a real problem. I looked over at Jeremy, who now only seemed focused on getting me to his van across the lot. At some point, I remember even feeling my feet skid across the pavement, while Jeremy dragged me across the asphalt. I tried reaching for my phone in my pocket, but when I looked down toward my hand, it wasn't even moving. My thoughts started to become foggy. Then I heard a voice come from behind us. "Hey man, is he okay? He doesn't look too good." I knew I was in trouble when Jeremy replied, "Oh yeah, he's fine. My boyfriend doesn't know how to hold his liquor." I was internally screaming, but no sound would come out of my mouth. I knew if I got into this man's van, I would not be coming back out. Thankfully, whoever this kind savior was didn't give up and offered to call an ambulance since I looked so bad. Of course, Jeremy refused. By then, my savior was attracting a crowd that started to slowly coalesce. They forced Jeremy to lay me down, and then everything went completely black. The next thing I remember is being in the back of an ambulance with Eli asking me what happened and how I got in such a bad state and still managed to get outside. Apparently, when the ambulance and officers arrived, Jeremy was nowhere to be found. Eli had never left the bar. I genuinely believe the only reason I'm still able to tell this story here and now is because of that unknown man who had the courage to speak up on my behalf. It turns out Jeremy had spiked the beer he ordered for me with Rohypnol, probably the most well-known roofie, and I carelessly accepted it from him. I filed a police report, and this Jeremy, or whatever his name actually was, has never been seen since. I'm scared for all the people out there who might be victimized by his cruelty and lack of human decency. I asked Eli how he even knew him, and he told me Jeremy had only asked his name minutes before taking a seat with me. Everything he did was calculated, and he did it with such ease while acting completely calm too. I haven't let this discourage me from going back to that bar, and I don't want to let it discourage anyone else either. I do want to warn anyone out there who takes their life and safety for granted though. Don't do that. You never know how quickly you can find yourself in a situation where you have no control over what happens to you. Please be careful. I'm in my 30s now, but when I was 11 years old, I had a frightening experience with a mailman. I was at the kitchen table with my mom, and we were making some cookies and brownies. We were mixing things up, and my mom said she didn't have enough eggs for what we were making. She washed her hands quickly and told me she was going to run to the store and be right back. I stayed there at the table, sitting in the wooden chair and watching TV. It was on in the living room next to me. I'm not sure how long after my mom had left, but the mailman appeared at the kitchen door and tried opening it without saying a single word. Thankfully, my mom had locked it. The man tried to speak to me through the door though. "Hey, can you unlock the door? I need to bring this package inside." I felt sick to my stomach. This mailman was a big guy, and he looked real creepy too. I told him he could just leave the package on the porch, but he told me he could not do that. "Oh no, I can't leave this package. It has some expensive things inside. Just open up and I'll be on my way right after." I didn't know what to say. Right after that, my brother had walked into the living room after coming down the stairs. He walked across the room and into the kitchen with me. Then he stopped by the brownie mix and dipped his finger in. He asked me where Mom was. I looked past him to the kitchen door. The man was now gone. I got up and looked outside. I could see he hadn't left the box he was carrying. My brother didn't think anything of this at all, but my mom was a little weirded out when she got home. I saw our mailman a couple days later, and I realized it was not even the same guy. That was something I hadn't noticed in the moment. Something else I never realized at the time, but did when I got older, is how the mailman would even know there was something expensive inside the package to begin with. What would have happened if I had opened the door? I have no idea. Okay, so a little background. This happened around 7 years ago, when I was 13 years old. My mom had just gotten married, maybe 2 years before, to my now stepdad Greg, who also had a daughter. We'll call her Lucy. She was 9 when my mom and Greg got married. We moved into a pretty big neighborhood. It had a pool and various playgrounds, and they were fairly close to the house as well. And because of this, one day, I believe it was a Saturday to be exact, Lucy wanted to go down to the playground to play. I agreed to take her with me. I got my bike and Lucy rode on the handlebars, occasionally getting off and walking beside me. This took us about 10 to 15 minutes to get there. We weren't very far away from the house at all. We got to the playground and I sat down on the swings, while Lucy did whatever she felt like doing, playing in the sand, the jungle gym, etc. During this time, a mail truck pulled up right next to the playground and proceeded to just watch and stare at us. I thought it was pretty weird, but I didn't really pay much attention to it at first. I also didn't recognize the mailman either. The usual mailman was an older guy, very friendly. The guy parked at the playground was a much younger guy. After about 10 minutes of him just staring at us, Lucy came over and spoke to me. "Hey, Emily, why is the mailman just sitting over there?" I told her I didn't know, so how about we ask him? He was only about 50 feet away from us. Lucy yelled over to him, "Hey, what are you doing?" The man responded, "Just watching you." We immediately looked at each other, and I whispered to her, "That's pretty weird." Thinking back on it, the way he said it makes me shiver to this day. It was just extremely creepy. I've always been pretty street smart since I was little, and I didn't like the vibe I was getting from this guy. I decided it was time to leave now. We walked over to my bike, not looking in the guy's direction at all, and started to leave. I was pedaling slowly on my bike, while Lucy was walking beside me. After 30 seconds though, I stopped and looked behind me. The mailman was following us. He stopped when I noticed him. This continued maybe about 5 or 6 times. Each time I looked back, I would always give him the rudest looks, and he'd stop following us for just a moment. I told Lucy to hop on my bike handles, and we noped the hell out of there. I pedaled fast enough to turn on this one corner and go up some random person's driveway and hide behind some bushes without him having seen it. The supposed mailman drove past, and after a few minutes, we went back to my house as quickly as possible. I never told my mom what happened. I don't think Lucy was even really frightened that much, to be honest. And that's mostly because she was too young to know what was going on, though. She was also pretty ditzy, so that didn't help much either. Fast forward a couple of months later, there was something on the news or in the newspaper. I can't quite remember exactly. My mom was telling me about some guy in a mail van who attempted to get some girls to get in. It was in my neighborhood. The girls ran home and naturally told their parents. I didn't really think anything of it until the guy was actually found. They showed a picture of him on the news, and guess who it was? That mailman I'd seen that day. I just kind of stared in disbelief. I didn't tell my mom or anyone else. Actually, until right now, I just kind of thought to myself, wow, that's pretty scary. It was pretty scary, but I'd put myself in lots of dangerous situations when I was younger. I guess that's why it didn't really faze me so much until now. I honestly mostly forgot about it too, until a couple of years ago. I'm not sure why that guy had a mail truck or what he was trying to do, but I know he did have one. I'm glad I didn't end up in it that day.